Welcome to Cats Go Weiss Schwarz. In today's video, I will be doing a set overview of Umamusume Pretty Derby. This is a new set to Weiss, English Weiss, that just came out on Friday, June 26th of 2026. This is a set that originally came out in Japan kind of a while ago now. I believe it was 2023. So we have been waiting on this for quite some time. For anyone who's unfamiliar, Umamusume is this mobile game, which I've never played, so I'm not too familiar with it. It has had several anime adaptations. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that this set one of Umamusume is not adapting the anime, even though there are characters from the anime in it. I think it's more adapting the mobile game. And this was a set that I think as time went on, people started thinking we might just not get it to English from Japan. From the research that I've done, it appears that there is a lot of licensing that the owners of the Umamusume IP have to do in order to license various horse names and horse stuff. I don't know. I'm not a horse racer person, but there's a lot of licensing issues that go into it, where they have to license a lot of things from a lot of different parties. So I think at a certain point, years were going by, and maybe people thought the licensing issues would just be too much to overcome and we wouldn't get it. However, Bushiroad did announce that we are getting the first two sets of Umamusume at the very least. This is set one. Set two comes out in the fall of 2026, and there is a third set that just came out in Japan called Cinderella Gray, and we have not gotten an announcement of that yet. Hopefully, Umamusume does not follow the way of Fruit of Versailles, where we got just the first set and nothing else. And none of the subsequent sets. That's very, very disappointing. Umusume, at least we are getting the first two sets, which is important because set two kind of does some of the heavy lifting, or at least gives it the boost it needs in certain areas. Maybe not quite heavy lifting, but set two is definitely needed. Cinderella Gray is also, in my opinion, a very good set. Now, as someone who never played the mobile game, I'm not too intimately familiar with the character, pretty much any of the characters that are in this. I watched the first few episodes of the first season of the Umamusume anime. It was fine. I haven't kept up with it though. Keep meaning to. I did, however, watch like the first 6 episodes of Cinderella Gray, and I am loving that so far. So I'm very hopeful that we will get that set in the future. Anyway, enough of the asides. This is a set that has taken quite some time to get here, but once it was announced, sort of a surprise announcement, I guess. I don't think people were quite expecting it to be announced when it was. Definitely people were excited for it, and there are so many characters that we're going to talk about in this set. I have to just imagine the mobile game is this massive thing because there really are so many different types of horse girls that are in this and all sorts of different cards. Now, before we get into actually reviewing the cards in this set, I will say I think this is a solid set. There are some people who think that this set is good enough to stand on its own 2 feet or hooves. No pun intended. Well, I guess totally intended. And then there's lots of people that seem to be on the side that they think we really need the set 2 to make this more of a meta build. I've been looking a lot at JP lists and what is topping consistently over there. They definitely pull from all 3 sets of Uma. Seems like they pull the least from Cinderella Gray, but it does seem like a lot of the cards that are used in the topping list on the JP side of things come from set 1. So it seems like set 2 does give some very important pieces, but actually a lot of the decks that are consistently topping do come from set 1, including the 2 main climax combos that top pretty frequently over there. There is a lot to talk about. This is a pretty big set. It's a set that's got 70 SPs in it. It's got a bunch of OFRs. It's a set where you are not going to, based on reports of people opening it, you're not going to get a full 2 play sets from a case, which is somewhat disappointing and could put some price pressure on some of the more desirable double rares. But it's definitely a massive set that does have some hype. And without further ado, let's get into it. As is the usual with my set overview videos, we are going to start with the level 3 combos for Uma. And The images that I obtained, I got from TCG Player. They were uploaded before the release. I've been prepping this video for about a week, and it's going to take me some time to record the whole thing. So just keep that in mind as I go through it. But I bring up that I got the images from TCG Player, which were presumably provided by Bushiroad. I just want to apologize because the images are a little more low res than I think we are used to when I pull the images from those sorts of places. They're legible, but they are a tiny bit less clear than we have gotten from past images. I don't really know why. But to start, we have this Breakaway Battleship Gold Ship. That's not redundant. This is a level 3 combo that works on this Pants Climax here, so we got a good Climax trigger. During your turn, she gets 2,000 power, so 11k, not terrible, 12k with the Climax. She heals on play. And then once per turn, when she attacks, if you have the Climax in your Climax area and there's a marker underneath this card, reveal the top card of your deck. If that card is an event or an Uma character, stand this card, and this card gets 1,000 power until end of turn. Now, just to mention that this whole marker mechanic, this card needs to have a marker in order to use its Climax combo. That is a very common effect. That is like Uma's, I don't want to say it's a gimmick, but it's like its thing. For whatever reason, they decided that Umamusume is going to focus incredibly heavy on markers. Not every card requires markers, not every combo requires markers. Some combos can work perfectly fine without a marker. They might get a bonus effect if you do have a marker. There are combos that don't mention markers whatsoever, and there are cards that are totally useless if you do not have a marker. Now, unlike most decks that most people would be familiar with, typically when something gets a marker, more often than not, we see that the marker comes from the top of the deck. Usually you'll play a character and reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a character or an event maybe, you get to marker it. That's typically how we see most cards get markers. Uma functions a little bit differently. In Uma, they have this thing called inheritance. They might have changed the name for English. I think they changed it to inspire. It's basically a mechanic where a character will have an ability that when it's on your stage and you play another character, you could take the first character and you could marker it underneath the newly played character, as well as up to one marker that was already underneath the character that you're markering. So if that sounds hand intensive, it is. It's probably why so many of the Uma combos are not so stock heavy, because you kind of need your stock to maintain hand. But it's a whole gimmick of the set, and just to get that out of the way, that's something you're going to see a lot of. So the way that this would get a marker is through one of the many cards within Uma that says when you play a character, you could put this character underneath it as a marker. So anyway, this combo is fine. It's a very cheap restander. I like that it hits on events or characters. It does whiff on climaxes still. I don't like that it whiffs on climaxes, but it is incredibly cheap. Healing on play is nice. It kind of stinks that it's when it attacks. The reason being that because it restands before the battle, if it loses the battle even after all of its attack buffs, it's 13k if you successfully do the climax combo. If your opponent just backups over it, then this thing is going to get reversed before you have a chance to get the second attack, or even memory kicked, which just really, really stinks. It'd be nice if it was end of attack, like the majority of restanders. It would be nice if it didn't have a chance to whiff, like even if you had to pay stock for it. But it is very, very cheap. It's on a good trigger. And it's perfectly fine. It's not like meta by any stretch of the means, but there are players who kind of like resource management. They like sort of resource light finishers, and since this requires no stock and it requires no hand, though that could be a little misleading because sometimes you might have to play cards from your hand in order to marker them underneath this card, so this is a very stock light finisher, and if you're willing to accept the fact that it does have two major weaknesses, being the fact that it can whiff on the restand if you reveal a climax, and the fact that even though it's 13k, it does restand before the battle, meaning that your opponent can play around it with a backup or by just simply having a stronger character on their board already. As long as you're willing to accept that, maybe you like Gold Ship. I don't know. I don't know enough about her, but it's perfectly fine. This does feel very much like a double rare from 2023, and that's because it is. This does not feel like a double rare from 2026. This feels kind of like the sort of profile that nowadays, because it has two gigantic weaknesses, it kind of feels like the sort of profile we'd get on like a common these days. Not a full-fledged double rare, but this could be on like a worse trigger and it could still cost stock. So because it doesn't actually cost stock, even though it can whiff, you can use stock on other things. You can use hand on other things. There are nice things in this set to be using stock and hand on, especially in your finisher turn. So it's not the worst thing if you are willing to just accept its two main weaknesses, though again, this is not going to be the meta combo of choice by any means. Next up, we have this Silent Runner Silence Suzuka. Wow, it's a lot of redundancy with these names. And if I mispronounce any names, I'm not familiar with the mobile game, so please forgive me. On play, heals and gets 3,000 power till end of turn. Its climax combo is when it attacks, if you have the 2-soul climax that's pictured here in your climax area, and you have another Umamusume character, you may pay 1. If you do, deal 2 damage to your opponent, and this card gets -1 soul until end of turn. When I first read this card, I thought that it was just fine. I didn't think. I thought the whole minus soul thing was kind of weird. Then I saw that it was on a 2-soul climax. So that -1 soul actually is probably more beneficial, purely because with the 2-soul, this thing is swinging for at least 4, potentially 5 if you trigger, potentially 6 if you triggered a 2-soul climax. Because you get the minus soul, all the numbers I just said go down by 1, and now you're swinging for more reasonable numbers. Which in most instances is going to be better. The full 2-soul boost from the climax would be nice if you were going to be siding, because you are getting minus a soul. Now it's sort of not as good to be siding, but I think this is perfectly fine. It is a trial deck combo through and through. I think by 2023 standards, I would have to guess that this was actually a pretty decent trial deck combo. And by 2026 standards, I still think this is actually a decent trial deck finisher. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not sure if I mentioned it earlier in the intro. I'm filming this over the course of several days at the very least, because of my schedule, so I may forget some of the things I say at different parts of the video. But this release of Uma has 2 different trial decks. I'm not sure which one this card is from, but pay 1, burn 2, minus a soul, but you're on a 2-soul. You don't need a marker. You don't need any hand. I think it's perfectly fine. It's swinging reasonably big considering it doesn't get any boost from the any power boost from the climax itself. Easy enough condition. A perfectly solid card if you are not buying heavily into the booster and you're mostly just picking up some trial decks or something like that. I think if you don't want to be spending any money on some like double rare level 3 combos from the set, I think this is fine. This is not a super like meta combo by any stretch of the imagination. It's more of like, for a trial deck combo, it's perfectly acceptable. If you want to go to a regional, this is not what I would recommend, but if you like silence, and you like Uma and you don't want to go spend a ton of money, I think this is beyond acceptable for like a locals level. There's also this event that pairs with this combo, Faster Than Anyone. It's a 2-0 event that can't be played if you have 1 or less Uma characters on your stage. If you have 2 or less cards in your memory, this card to your memory. While it's in your memory, at the beginning of your main phase, this card gets the following ability until end of turn. You may put this card from your memory into your waiting room, then choose 1 copy of this level 3 combo, this Silence level 3 combo, in your hand, put it on any position of your stage, and that character gets plus 1,000 power until end of turn. I think this event is it's a good event with it. It does need some setup because it is start of main phase, which means that really you need to be playing this at level 2 with the assumption that the next turn you're going to be pushed to 3. If you're already 3 and you draw into this event is pretty useless unless you plan on not going into your climax combo. And just hoping you don't die the next turn. But for what it is for a trial deck thing, trial deck combo, I think this package is decent. It really isn't anything crazy, but being able to bring out, realistically, it's easy enough to get one copy of this to hand. Maybe you'll have a second copy when you're level 2 and you'll be able to use it. At that point, you're saving 2 to 4 stock, which means you very reasonably can be using that stock that you saved on things like the stock swap that the set has, or something like that. It means you can be more, if you have this event in your hand and you're not planning to have to get rid of it for any reason until you actually use it, knowing that you have that sort of 2 stock savings coming up at the very least if you just have one copy, potentially more if you have more copies, does mean you can sort of plan ahead and just sort of subtract the appropriate amount of stock from what you're going to need from your end game, and you can play appropriately around that, meaning you could play early plays, you can brainstorm more, you could Ricky more, you could just be more liberal with your stock. At the end of the day, with set 1 Uma, there's not a ton outside of stock swap at level 3 and healing at level 2 with early play heals and brainstorming throughout the rest of the game that you really need to be spending your stock on most of the time. So this card is good. There's nothing too crazy about it. But if your opponent does leave you with some nice stock and a good enough deck state to stock swap them with, I think that's the most obvious play to use this with. You're saving some stock so you could use it on the stock swap. The stock swap in this set costs 3 stock. And at that point, burn 2 is not too bad if you stock swap your opponent for a decent amount and then you're able to triple it. Right then and there, you could, as long as you get some good hits on the stock swap, it's not unreasonable to think you could kill your opponent from like 2-5 or something like that. Decent enough profile overall for a trial deck. It's definitely decent, but again, this is not going to be the meta pick of choice. Next up, we have this line breakthrough Majiro Palmer. I wonder if she's related to Arnold Palmer. When she's placed on stage from hand, if you have another Uma character, choose one of the following effects and perform it. You may put the top card of your clock into your waiting room, or you may pay 1. If you do, draw up to 1 card and then choose one fun party night Helios something in your hand and put it on any position of your stage. We'll look at what that card is in a second. It's climax combo. It works on this Pan's climax that's pictured here. When you play the climax, if you have 4 or more other characters, you may pay the cost, which is to discard 1. If you do, choose one of your opponent's characters and put it on the top of your opponent's deck. This combo is fine. I mean, I don't really like it, if I'm being honest. It's doesn't need a marker, which is something, one less thing you have to set it up for. It's sort of, if you, let's say you triple this, it's kind of a way, it's a way to just sort of guarantee the first swing of 3, assuming you don't trigger and swing for 4 and then they cancel on 4. You could pick something from anywhere on their stage. So you can just pick like 2 characters in their back row and then 1 character that's in their center stage, and then just sort of guarantee that first swing for 3. That's something. This is an uncommon rarity combo, and it very much feels like it. Now, this card, I guess, is meant to be used in conjunction with this fun party night Helios. What this card does is this is the card that you can summon off of its first effect, off of the Mejiro's first effect. During your opponent's turn, this card gets 1,000 power for each of your other Uma characters, so potentially she's gaining 4k. When this card is placed on stage from hand, if you have 4 more other characters, you may put the top card of your deck into your stock. And when she direct attacks, you may choose 1 Uma character in your waiting room and put it into your stock. This card is fine on its own. It would be nice. I mean, this card would be fine as like a standby target, I think. I think when brought out with this Mejiro effect, the issue is that they obviously want you to use the Mejiro combo to just clear your opponent's center stage, or at least 1 lane of it, and then attack with this Helios in order to gain some advantage, and that advantage really just being an extra stock. I think the issue with it is that It's just fine, honestly. It's like nothing crazy. I guess the Measuro combo doesn't say it needs to be in your center stage in order to use the effect. So what you can do is I mean, potentially you could be playing four copies of the Measuro, and then put almost your opponent's entire board on top of their deck. You could have like two in the back row, two in the front row, two in the back row, one in the front row. Um, I mean, that would start to be like a lot of stock, so it's like not super reasonable. Um, but I guess it's like fine. This is never going to be meta or anything like that. I think the real advantage to this, I guess, because you are spending a lot of stock up front, so you're not really saving any stock. You're sort of gaining stock once you start attacking and doing things, is you'll have stock available for like the money counter of the set, which requires three stock. There's really not much more defensively you could be using that on. If there was a way to just bring this card out early, aside from standby, this Measuro, maybe this card would be better to start getting some guaranteed damage in early. Um, the package itself is fine. It's a lot of slots though if you really want to go for like three copies of the Measuro and to potentially bring out, maybe one or two copies of this Helios. But it's whatever. If you like the character, I guess it's fine if you're willing to accept that. After you get that first initial swing, you're probably like you're just doing vanilla swings after that. It's really nothing crazy. But whatever. It is what it is. It's on a good climax trigger, at least. Next up, we have another trial deck combo, this energetic honor student Narita Top Road. She heals on play, and when the climax picture to our left, the Pan's climax, is placed on your climax area, if you have four more Uma characters, and there's a marker underneath this card gets the following ability until end of turn. Up to once per turn, when damage dealt by this card is cancelled, you may deal 3 damage to your opponent. If this damage is cancelled, you may deal 1 damage to your opponent. This is another perfectly fine trial deck combo. I think, though, in 2023, this still wouldn't have been a crazy combo. 2026, though, we have learned that these sort of on cancel burn, and if that's cancel burn combos, they're really only good if they are dealing some sort of damage up front. I think when they require a cancel to get the first initial additional burn of damage, it's kind of bad because sometimes your opponent's just going to eat it. At that point, you're not really cycling through and getting climaxes out of your opponent's deck. Lately we've been seeing more of the type of climax combos that will be something like when they're like this, they'll be close to this, except they'll say on attack, burn X amount of damage, and if that damage is canceled, burn X amount of damage. So you're still getting the same potential amount of instances of burn, but you are actually guaranteeing that you're pushing at the very least one additional instance of burn, whatever the number might be. This might push no actual damage other than its swing, and it is really cheap. No stock is nice. Sure, you need a full board, whatever, but that's only when you play the climax. It's not on attack, so you don't have to worry about being memory kicked and then losing out on your full board condition. It does need a marker, which means you do need a little bit of setup. You're going to have to play some cards from your hand, most likely, in order to get the whole marker thing going. Um, it's fine. It's for a trial deck. I think it's perfectly acceptable. It's beyond acceptable because blue is a good color. You could pair it with the money counter. The money counter is a fulfilled money counter, so it's not that great. But we're mostly working within the confines of set one here, and I think if you like this character, again, saying that again, it's perfectly acceptable. I think by the time if we get Cinderella Gray, there's going to be ways that make this combo a little bit better. It's not going to break it by any stretch of the imagination, but it'll sort of just increase the potential amount of damage this card could be doing. For right now, with just set one, I think it's a card that is perfectly acceptable, and it's sort of just guaranteeing that you get some damage to stick on your opponent. It might be the initial swing because maybe they don't cancel. Maybe it's the burn 3 if they do cancel. At the very least, you should at least be sticking that burn 1. that would feel pretty bad if it's just a burn 1. But at that point, you have cycled through 2 climaxes out of your opponent's deck, and that is something. For a trial deck combo, nothing wrong with it. Just really nothing exceptional about it, to be honest. Next up, we have this Happiness Just Around the Bend Rice Shower. This works on this door climax. I actually do like this climax combo a lot. This does feel more like a double rare combo. I do think it's a bit overcosted. The condition's a bit higher by modern standards, but in 2023, I imagine that this, even on the JP side of things, was a bit more reasonable. But this card heals on play, and then its climax combo is when this card's battle opponent becomes reversed. If you have the climax combo in your climax area, deal 1 damage to your opponent, and if there is a marker underneath this card, and you have 2 or more other Uma characters, you may pay 2, ditch 1. If you do, deal 3 damage to your opponent. This is one of those types of cards that will get a bonus effect if you have a marker, but you can still do something if you do not have the marker. As long as you get the reverse at the end of the climax, at the very least, you're going to get a burn 1. I actually like this climax combo a lot. However, this combo does have major weaknesses, and it has like a couple of them. Major weakness is the fact that even though it's on reverse, which is like end of attack, so after you've generated a stock with this card's attack, pay 2 is a lot. The ditch 1 really doesn't matter, but also you need a marker, so that's one other thing you have to worry about, and you need a reverse, which is another thing you have to worry about. That is sort of just 3 things you got to keep in mind. Now, this card does have a little bit of support around it. We have this, I am not going to say that first part of her name. We got this Mahono Bourbon, who says, when your other level 3 combo, the Rice Shower pictured here, when it's placed on stage from hand, look at up to 2 cards from the top of your opponent's deck, put them on the top of their deck in their original order, and that character gets a plus 1000 power and the following ability until the end of turn. During this card's battle, your opponent cannot play backup from their hand. So that's pretty nice because the Rice Shower doesn't get stronger aside from the climax, so she's only swinging at 11k. For something that needs a reverse, that is actually kind of weak. So even 1000 power, that does put her to 12, which still isn't crazy high when you need a reverse by modern standards, but turning off your opponent's ability to play backups should get her to where she needs to be. Then she does have the Inspire effect, which is what we talked about earlier. That is the name that Bushiroad has created, because I don't recognize it from anything else in English Weiss, for Umamusume, where when your other character is placed on stage from your hand, if there are no markers underneath that character, you may choose this card and up to 1 marker underneath this card and put them face up underneath that card in any order as markers. If you do, the rest of the markers go to waiting room, and you put the top card of your deck into your stock. This is sort of the language we're going to be seeing most of the time when we talk about Inspire, though I think the whole put the top card of your deck into your stock thing only applies to this card, probably because she's a 2/1 that is meant to pair with a 3/2 that is a pay 2. So that's probably there just to sort of negate the actual stock cost of this. I think this, if you are able to pull this off, I think if you reasonably, it's not crazy to be able to pull off 2 copies, two full complete copies of this Rice Shower. You get the reverse, you have markers under them, you have the stock to do the pay 2, you got the hand to do it. I think it's very reasonable to get at least 2 copies of it off. I think with a 3rd copy, though, you probably are going to have a tough time just fully meeting the requirement, whether it's the hand, whether it's the stock, whether it's the reverse. It's just going to be something's got to give. I think, though, it's not unreasonable to triple this and to be able to do 2 full complete copies. So burn 1, burn 3, preceded by a Swain. I think burn 1, Swain, burn 1, burn 3, Swain, burn 1, burn 3, Swain, burn 1. If you do 3 copies, I think that's not bad. If you are able to do a full 3 copies of this, and you are able to totally, completely do it, I think then that's great. I think, 3 Swains, 3 burn 1s, 3 burn 3s, that's pretty good. Uh, kind of unrealistic though, again, to really expect that you could reasonably do that. But I don't think it's crazy to think that you could do two full copies of this. So you get two burn ones, two burn threes, two swings, and then to get a third copy where all you're going for is a burn one. Um, I think that's pretty solid. I do think this 2-1 support piece is very strong. Looking at the top two cards of your opponent's deck normally sounds really good when it's on, like in the main phase. I think though, sort of the issue is the fact that you have to put them back in the original order. It would be really nice, like, if you saw a climax and a non-climax on top, to just move the climax on top. This card can't side attack because you need a reverse to get its effect, so that knowledge doesn't really help you in that sense, in terms of side attacking. But being able to put the climax on top, so at the very least kind of guaranteeing that you will stick a one for sure would be nice, but it is what it is. I guess it's still nice to have that knowledge. The biggest thing though, I think, is the fact that this card does have the Inspire engine tied to it, which is important, while giving your Rice Shower the ability to, during her battle, your opponent can't play backups. I think a 12k Rice Shower that your opponent can't use backups during its battle means that it's going to get over most things you should reasonably expect to see in modern competitive Weiss. You're randomly going to go up against decks that are, maybe you're going to go up against a random standby deck that has some sort of 2-2 out with like a 3-2 assist that they standbyed out behind it, and now it's sitting at 13, 14k, something like that. It's going to happen sometimes, and you'll just have to deal with it. But most things you'll see, they're not going to be able to, without a backup, beat over this when this thing is going for 12k. So I think that's perfectly good. Overall, I do like this combo. From set one, this is one of my favorite combos. It does have significant weaknesses. I would not take this combo to a regional unless you like Rice Shower. Not because I don't like the combo, but I think that consistency is very important at a regional. And I think just because this thing does need two stock, and it needs a ditch, and it needs a reverse, and it needs a marker, it's just a lot of sort of pieces that need to come together just so. And I think over a long tournament, consistency can be an issue. The 2-1 helps a lot, but it's not like the set is revolving around this card and giving it all the pieces it needs. But I do think, just at face value, the combo is maybe a little overcosted, but I do like what it actually does if you meet that cost. I like multiple instances of damage that are more than just burn one twice. And the art's nice and all that stuff. I think at a locals level, or if you just like Rice Shower, I think it's a perfectly acceptable combo. Unlike the first combo we looked at, this does feel closer to a modern double rare combo. I think if this did come out in today's day and age, and it didn't originate from 2023, I think this card would not be as costed as it is. But for 2023, I think not too bad. Next up, we have the Whistling Arrows Taunt Narita Brian. This card works on a standby climax. This is another double rare from the set. If this card's in your center stage, all of your Uma characters get 1500 power. That includes herself. Very often we see these things say if all of your other characters get 1500. It's nice that it is a global 5 that includes itself. And then its climax combo is when it attacks, if you have the pictured standby climax here, and you have 2 or more other characters, you may pay 1, ditch 1, burn 3. I think this is perfectly acceptable. This definitely feels like the type of double rare combo that you would get from the 2023 era. Being on a standby has proven to us that a simple on it like burn 3 is good enough. Quince, the big finisher that we've seen top the most often, would be Nino. Nino's standby package, which is just an end of attack burn 3. With the same cost. Its only real difference is its end of attack. That whole deck does do really well, or did do really well before it got hit, primarily because it does have an enormous amount of support behind it. Uma does not support this card anywhere near as much, but I think being on a standby and having a reasonably costed finisher that's dealing consistent damage. You could start doing this at level 2. You're not level locked and you're on standby, so you're getting it out early. I think it's perfectly acceptable. There is a little bit of support behind this card. We have this 1/1 Biwa Haya Hide. Try saying that 5 times fast. She gives This character gives your level 3 Narita combo 500 power plus hand on core, and then it is a frontal assist for their level times 500. I think this is not the strongest bit of support that this card could have gotten. However, I do like that it gives the hand on core. I think the 500 power is a little bit negligible, but I guess if you do have this 1/1 out, you're level 2, you standby out the Narita. The Narita is going to be 11.5 with its own effect, 12k if you have this Haya Hide out, and then if you have the Narita in front of this Biwa, it will be 13.5. And that's if you only have one copy of this Narita out. If you have more, then it's going to be even higher because of the global 15. I think because of that, this is not bad. The hand-on car also makes it so that if your opponent does manage to get over it, you can just recycle it, which is really nice. I think Uma does have some good standby stuff. There's a level 1 standby combo we're going to look at, which is actually not bad in my opinion, and makes 8 standby feel viable. There are the set has all these sort of generic 8 standby things you expect to see. We've got various 2/2s you could play, including just, generic plus 1000 for each character, hand on core sort of shenanigans. We've got some hand filtering in the set. We've got a little bit of cards that give deck speed and grab characters or level 1 or higher cards, so you could fill up your waiting room with higher level things to standby out. Nothing crazy. This is not Nino standby from Quince, even though it's still burn 3 like that Nino. That Nino, again, was largely supported by having 4 sets of worth of cards, including a lot of cards that directly supported that combo. Uma does not support this in the same way. However, the general idea is still there. You have a cheap finisher that is forcing your opponent to crash so that you're getting the extra soul from direct attacking, which is something that standby struggles with because they're not getting soul from their standby, so they often will just swing for 2 if they don't trigger, which makes side attacking feel very, very bad. But because this thing is sitting so big and it's giving so much power to your other characters, your opponent's probably going to have to crash into at least a lane, 2, maybe even 3 lanes. And then you get an extra soul that way. You could loop this pretty easily. This thing will survive because of the hand-on core that's given to it by this Biwa. I think if you like standby, there's enough within Uma set 1 by itself to really support this, and I don't think there's anything wrong with this as a combo. Again, this is not going to be super meta or anything like that, but if you like this character, if you like standby, there is more than enough within Uma set 1 to just build 8 standby and just call it a day. Next up, we have this Curran-chan. She works on a bar climax. This is going to be the level 3 combo that you're most likely to see topping the most if Uma is topping. If the English format sort of mirrors the whole JP side of things, this is the combo that tops the most on the JP side of things. When she is placed on stage from hand, look at up to X cards from top of deck, add 1 to hand, rest go to waiting room. X is equal to the number of Uma characters you have. Her climax combo is when she attacks, if you have the bar climax here, and there's a marker underneath this card, you may pay the cost, which is just ditch 1. If you do, burn 1, then look at up to 2 cards from the top of your opponent's deck, pick up to 2 characters from among them, pick up to 2 cards from among them, put them on the top of their deck in any order, and the rest go to the waiting room. So it's a burn 1, Mocha 2. Nothing crazy. This is sort of the combo that everyone is talking about when it comes to Uma. I think this combo, in my humble opinion, is a little overhyped. I think it's very reliable, so there's nothing wrong there. I'm not nuts about the whole inspire marker mechanic for this set. It's kind of just not how I like to play. But because of that, the fact that it does need a marker to do its effect at all, it is a stockless and very cheap hand costed finisher, which is nice. Means you can spend your extra stock on other things. And there are, for anyone who's unfamiliar, we'll look at them later. There are multiple brainstorms in the set. There are a couple of brainstorms that have the whole inspire mechanic, so you just plop those in your back row like you would anyway. And when it's time to do your level 3 combo, you can easily marker them, at least, one, two of them, to this current to fulfill that condition, and then you could just play another card that has inspire and then marker that as soon as you play your third current. I think this is a finisher where if you triple it, you have reasonable kill range from 3-0. You could get there from 2-5, maybe. I know there are some people that will just swear by the fact that this thing can kill from like 2-4. Sometimes I hear people say, I've seen people say 2-3. I will tell you that, not to compare apples to oranges, but for the last couple of months, I have been playing very heavily. I've been testing a lot with the Makin Lemon level 3 combo. For anyone unfamiliar with that combo, what it is essentially, with some setup, it becomes an on attack burn 1 Mocha 3, which is almost identical to this, except it's better because this one is just an on attack burn 1 Mocha 2. I consistently tri-field that combo, am consistently able to do the entire thing where it's burn 1 Mocha 3 with all 3 characters, and I could say that the kill range on that really doesn't extend much beyond 2-5. But a big part of why it can even kill from 2-5 is the fact that it is looking at the full 3 cards. It is looking, when it's mochaing, it's not stopping at 2 like this mocha does. It is looking at the full 3. Sometimes you really just need to look at that third card. I think because you're fronting, if you're fronting for at least 3, which they can just cancel on the 3. If you're directing, then it's 4. If you're triggering, while fronting, it's 4. If you're triggering while directing, it's 5. The most popular climax lineup with this current Chan is a level 1 stock soul climax that we're going to look at later. You trigger that, this thing is swinging for 5. Mocha 2 doesn't feel as good when you start swinging for 5. It doesn't feel that good when you're swinging for 4. It barely feels acceptable when you're swinging for 3. I see people trying to cope that say, oh, just side attack your opponent's level 1 characters. I don't know. Whenever I go up against a combo that I know is a mocha, I, as a player, make a point to do everything in my power to leave as many direct lanes as possible against my opponent before pushing them to 3. That way their mocha is sort of as ineffective as possible and gives me more cards to cancel. On the flip side, it can mean that, maybe your opponent does see a climax in the top 2, they get rid of it, and then you just eat like a 4 or 5 from a direct or something like that. But more often than not, as long as you're in a decent deck state, it just means you cancel. The ones are likely to stick. This combo does do consistent damage, I will give it that. If you triple this, it is pretty reliable unless your opponent just has sort of a deck state where it's compressed enough with enough climaxes in it, where even if your opponent does snipe some climaxes off the Mocha 2, you can still cancel the swing, and if you're able to cancel 2 out of the 3 swings, you're not really dying from anywhere. Unless you were already level 3 or something like that. I think it's a consistent finisher. I'm not quite sure if our format is going to really respond too positively to allowing this to top a ton. We'll see. I think Uma's popular enough where a lot of people are going to be playing it. We'll see if that translates to actual tops. Sometimes that is just enough. We'll see how things unfold. Until then, I think this is perfectly acceptable. It would be nice. It gets better with the cards from set 2 and Cinderella Gray. While there's nothing that outright supports this card, it just makes the deck a little bit better overall. So time will tell. I think for a rare, this is like perfectly acceptable. There's nothing wrong with this combo as a rare. I think Burn 1 Mocha 2 is decent on that sort of rarity. Though this is a rare that people are actively buying it for like $10 or something like that already. So, it's fine. This will be the thing you should expect to see when you play against Uma. Next up, we have this Special Dreamer Special Week. She works on this choice climax. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may heal 1, and she gets 3,000 power until end of turn. When she attacks, if you have the choice climax and there's a marker underneath her, and you have another Uma character, you may pay 2. If you do, look at up to 3 cards in the top of your opponent's deck, choose up to 1 event or character, and up to 1 climax from among them, put them into their clock in any order, and put the rest into their waiting room. Now, I actually like this combo a lot. I like the fact that it hits on events very often when we see this sort of look at the top X cards of your opponent's deck and put cards into their clock profile. Typically, you can only put characters. Typically, there's some sort of power comparison involved, something like that. I like that this is putting in a character or an event as well as up to 1 climax. Very often these just whiff on climaxes. So while the climax will go to waiting room if you reveal a climax off this effect, they're not going into the clock. The fact that you can see a climax and put it into your opponent's clock feels like you're almost like double plussing, because not only are you taking a climax out of the top of their deck that they would have canceled on with for this card swing, but you're still putting it into your opponent's clock. And it feels even better when your opponent is like about to refresh and you just shoved a climax into their clock rather than allowing it to go to waiting room, so when they refresh that climax isn't going back in. I think the only thing holding this card back is honestly the fact that it's a pay 2, and it's on attack. That's very, very expensive. Sure, we're on choice. Yeah, there's a level 1 choice combo you can be playing. That's fine enough, I guess. This combo, just because of its cost, gets better to play, in my opinion. With set 3, with Cinderella Gray's set, there is a level 1 choice combo that just makes this combo easier. I think because this card needs a marker, it's still hard to play. There is a 3-0 event in this set that would make it easier to bring this card out for 0 stock. But the problem is this card needs a marker, and the whole Inspire engine works when you play a character from your hand. And the event that summons characters for free, it does not play them from your hand, so this character could not get a marker that way. So it's just very expensive. It's going to be really hard to triple this. I think for a rare, this combo is pretty good. They could have easily, honestly, like past Bushiroad would have put this on like a wind or some stupid trigger like that. It needed to be on a choice, obviously, because of the high stock cost. I think this combo would have been better if maybe it just dug for a card on play rather than heal, because this combo really is an all or nothing combo. You're either killing your opponent or you're just losing the next turn because you're going to use all your resources. So being able to dig for a card just to sort of make the setup easier as a trade-off for the fact that you are needing a marker underneath it plus a pay 2, which is just a lot. But if you're able to pull it off, I think triple copies of this can be pretty good, depending on your opponent's deck state. I think the real value of this card comes from the fact that if you see a climax on top of your opponent's deck, if you see more than 1 climax, that's just fantastic. People already rave about the current Chom we just looked at, and that turns this card, and that's just a Mocha 2. This card, if you see like a climax, it turns this card into a sort of like a Mocha that will get rid of a climax while at the same time clock kicking that climax plus a character or an event. And that's, in my opinion, very, very strong. I think if you see 2 climaxes as well as a character or an event, that just feels absolutely phenomenal. You're getting rid of 2 climaxes out of your opponent's deck. One of them is going to their clock, and you're still putting a second card into their clock. The only time this card really feels bad is if you just like reveal 3 characters from the top of your opponent's deck, because at that point you could have just done like a combo that was like burn 3 on attack, and it would have been a lot cheaper than this card. I think that, however, because your opponent can be in deck states where this card just pluses you in multiple ways and hurts your opponent in multiple ways, that's why they made it a pay 2 that still requires a marker. And I guess that's reasonable enough. I wouldn't mind trying this combo out, but I think with Uma set 1, it's just a little too difficult to reasonably tri-field this, and while not every combo in the game needs to be tri-fielded in order to be a very powerful combo, I think because this card does rely heavily on sort of just random deck states that your opponent could be in that you can't control or your opponent can't even necessarily control it, I think this is something you really need to triple in order to maximize its value, because at the end of the day, it is only putting 2 cards into your opponent's clock, and even if it's doing that very, very consistently, I still think you need to triple it in order to really sort of have a good shot at killing your opponent. Unless you play 2 of it and you reveal 2 climaxes and a character on both of them. At that point, you probably are going to be fine. You just took 4 climaxes out of your opponent's deck with just 2 cards while still getting 2 cards into your opponent's clock. But decent card overall. It's not going to see competitive play, but I think there is potential there, especially at a locals level, especially at a casual level. If you're a fan of Special Week, I think there is potential there if you're willing to sort of just play a certain way in order to maximize. You might have to suffer in the earlier game in order to build enough stock to triple this. If you're willing to put yourself through that, it might, depending on your opponent's deck state, it might be worth it in the end. That will be it for the level 3 combos for this set. Moving on to the level 1 combos. Moving on to the level 1 combos for this set, we have, there's a lot of level 1 combos in the set. There were a lot of level 3 combos in the set. There's just a lot of climax combos in the set. Recent sets, we often kind of just see maybe a handful of climax combos at level 1. We even see something recently like Oshi Volume 2 only had 3 new level 3 climax combos, but Uma's just full of climax combos, which I guess is fair considering there's so many different horse girls. First up, we have this Reeling in the Big One, Something Sky. She works on this choice climax, which has very pretty art. I have no idea how to pronounce the actual choice climax's name. Gigwi or something like that. If all your characters are Uma, this character gets the following abilities. During your turn, she gets 4,000 power, so she's 6/5 before a climax, and during the turn, she's placed on stage from hand. At the beginning of your Encore step, you may pay 1. If you do, draw up to 2 cards, choose 2 cards in your hand, and put them into your waiting room. I think this effect is interesting. I'm fine with this effect. I would much rather my card have this effect as an option than not. This card doesn't, all it does is minus you a stock because you're not replenishing the stock. You're not actually gaining hand because it's draw 2, ditch 2. However, I think there are absolutely going to be instances where you will have no problem paying that pay 1 to go minus a stock, just to sort of get some sort of hand fixing going on. It's a good way if you trigger on your last swing. It's a good way to get a climax out of there. It's a good way to get some extra climaxes out of your hand if you just had too many. It's a great way sometimes to just randomly draw into what you need. Gives you a little bit of deck speed, and because it's Encore step, you'll know if you need that deck speed or not, depending on how you triggered, depending on how close you are to a new deck and how many climaxes you're already out. It's a very interesting effect. Also, this is a 1/0 with a soul trigger, which is pretty cool. They have been doing that a lot recently. It's cool to see they started doing that even in 2023. 1/0 with a soul trigger when it's choice combo is always nice. Its climax combo is when this card's battle opponent becomes reverse. If you have the unpronounceable choice climax in your climax area, and you have 2 or more other Uma characters, look at up to 3 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 1 card from among them, put it into your hand, and the rest go to waiting room. I think the only bad part about this card is that it requires a reverse. That's literally it. I think 7/5 is reasonable. I think by 2023 standards, 7/5 with a climax that this thing was swinging for was actually like kind of on the higher side by 2023 standards. Nowadays, we are starting to see a lot of level 1 climax combos that don't need reverses, but are still swinging at level, are swinging at 8K, 8/5, sometimes even 9K. I think 7/5, because of what this card does, because it has a soul trigger on a 1/0, and it's on a choice, I think its effect is very good. Being able to grab any card, not character, not event, just like any card, is very strong. We have seen how good that is with Bunny Girl on the level 1 My Door combo, which is kind of close to identical, except it doesn't need reverse. Just look at top three at a card. Very strong to be able to add anything that you see in those three cards. You kind of are giving up deck speed by only being able to look at three to just grab whatever you might need. I think because of that, though, I like this card. On a rare, this feels very strong. This is not going to see much meta play. This is something you're going to see at like a locals or something like that. Most people who might take this to a regional, it's probably because they want to be on a choice or because they like this character, I guess. I don't know. But I actually do not dislike this card. The only thing I don't like about it is the fact that it needs a reverse. It would be better if it could give the ability to something, and that way you could stack them all on a lane and get a reverse in a guaranteed lane. It makes it so that this combo is harder to do to try field it, because sometimes your opponent is just going to crash, so they're going to have an open lane. Or they'll have a lane that you can't get over, but you have a third copy of this, whatever it might be. So on reverse, level 1 combos aren't as good as they used to be. But if you are willing to accept that caveat, I do not dislike this card. I think it's perfectly fine. I think it does have enough going for it to make it interesting. If you wanted to play the special week level 3 choice combo that we talked about earlier, this is a good way to do a choice to help you get that high stock threshold that the special week needs. You just trigger some extra choices and get the stock you need. I think it's perfectly fine. There are some good events within Uma, so it's nice that this card can grab them. But I do think if we ever get Cinderella Gray, there is a level 1 combo that also has a soul trigger and is on a choice, and it's a 1/0 that would just sort of replace this as a resource generation card. But until then, I think this card is pretty good, even if you're not going to see it too much at a super competitive level. Next up, we have this Pure Hearted Dreamer Special Week. She is on a choice climax that looks really nice. She's from the trial deck, one of them. No soul trigger here, but that's fine. Not everything needs to have soul triggers for no reason. During your turn, if you have another Uma character, she gets 3k, so she's 8k with the climax, 7k just on her own during your turn. When her battle opponent becomes reverse, if you have the choice climax and you have another Uma character, salvage an Uma character in your waiting room, and this card gets the following ability until end of opponent's turn. During your opponent's turn, this card gets 1500 power, so it would be 55 on your opponent's turn before any sort of assists or anything, and it gets hand encore. We've seen this before, or I guess we should say since, because this did technically come out originally in 2023 on the JP side of things. Azulane Volume 2 has a level 1 choice combo that salvages and gives itself hand encore. Not a bad card. I think for a trial deck combo, it's actually very strong. No deck speed really sucks. Like, no deck speed whatsoever is pretty bad. I don't want to say a card is good because by trial deck standards it's good, but I don't think this is a bad card. This is a card that you're going to really only see play from people who really like Special Week, and from people who don't want to buy too much out of the trial deck. And not that there's anything wrong with that. I don't mean that in a negative way. Just because there are other level 1 combos you could be playing that are better, but I think on its own, being able to swing for 8, even though you need a reverse, is a little rough. I think for a trial deck combo, it's good. Pick up a couple trial decks, you're good, whichever one this one is in, since there are 2 of them, and you're good to go. It's on a good trigger. It could have been on a worse trigger like Wind or something like that. They used to, for anyone who is newer to Weiss, Bushiroad used to love printing level 1 combos that required reverses but gave them wind triggers. And for anyone who doesn't know, wind triggers, when you trigger them, bounce a character from your opponent's stage back to their hand, which, why would you pair that with something that requires a reverse? It makes absolutely no sense. Thankfully, they gave it a choice trigger, so that is good. I would still prefer the choice combo we just looked at, but for a trial deck combo, it's perfectly acceptable. If you're someone who values salvage, if you're someone who maybe you're doing choice pants, and you like the fact that this card gives itself hand encore because you kind of maybe want to trigger pants and then grab back a copy of the choice climax, and then you could encore this on your opponent's turn, so you could loop it because you triggered the pants and got a climax back. There are people who sort of like that play style. Then I think this is a good combo. For a trial deck, again, not bad. Next up, we have this Innocent Silence What are all these redundant names? What's with this girl always being about being silent? I don't play the game. I don't know. Is she mute or something, or does she not shut up? Why is she always about silence? Anyway, uh, during your turn, she gets 2,000 power, so 6k. And when she attacks, if you have the bar climax there that has that gorgeous artwork in your climax area, and you have 4 more other Uma characters, so a full field for this thing to work, choose one Uma character in your waiting room, return it to hand, and if you do not have another rested character in your center stage, this card gets the following ability until end of your opponent's next turn. When this card is frontal attacked, mill the top card of your deck. If it's a level 2 or lower character, you may return this card to your hand. This card's fine. Full field sucks. Anyone who's watched my channel for a while knows that I don't mind full field conditions on level 3 combos. I am not a fan of them on level 1 combos. If, in my opinion, a level 1 combo requires a full field condition, it either needs to have ways to sort of summon out other characters, or it needs to have like a level 1 changer, or it needs to be such a good resource generating card that it mitigates the fact that you need to commit more cards to the stage in order to actually use it. I do not think this card actually fits any of those conditions, my conditions at least. I think though, if it didn't have the 4 or more condition, I would say this combo is perfectly acceptable. No deck speed at all, but the fact that one copy could bounce back to hand, you're not going to be able, for anyone who might be newer to Weiss and they don't get it, the first copy that you attack with, that will be the only copy that will actually be able to have the whole on attack mill a card. If it's a level 2 or lower character, bounce this card back. Because if your other copies attack, then if you have any other rested characters, then it's just going to not be able to use it. However, it doesn't say anything about rested and reverse characters. So technically, if you do crash in another lane, you don't actually have another rested character yet. So you don't necessarily have to attack with this one first. I don't know. I think it's sort of like a bonus effect, but it would be a bonus effect that was good if you could do it in more than one lane. At the end of the day, regardless of if you crash in another lane or something like that, you need a full field and you need to only have no other rested characters in order to get the option to maybe possibly bounce back a character. Being on a bar, nothing wrong with looping your combo. I think there's just too many hoops to jump through, and I think the benefits of jumping through those hoops just aren't worth it. I can see what they were going for, and being on a bar is nice, but she is swinging kind of weak. So combine all of that with her high condition and the fact that only one of these cards is potentially double plussing you, and I just don't think it's really worth it. But maybe like the character, she seems popular, I guess. She seems to have a lot of cards, so maybe that's something. I just wish I could know why all of her cards tell her she needs to be silent. She must have a very important secret. Next up, we have this get to winning ticket. Oh wow, look, more redundancy. During your turn, if you have another Uma character, she gets 3,000 power, so 7k. When her battle opponent becomes reversed, if you have the standby climax pictured here, perform the following action 2 times. You may put the top card of your deck into your waiting room. If that card is an Uma character, return it to your hand. So this was the level 1 standby combo I mentioned when we talked about the Narita level 3 standby combo. I think the fact that this has the chance to double plus you on the actual card while still burning out a higher level character via standby, which is a plus in and of itself, I think makes this card very strong. Like a lot of cards with Uma, this does require a reverse at level 1, which does kind of stink. However, 7k, you're not getting a power boost from the climax, which kind of stinks, but I think 7k is enough considering that you don't need to necessarily tri-field this. Yes, this will whiff on events, and yes, this will whiff on climaxes, but as long as you're not really whiffing like crazy, you know, if you are able to get 2 copies of this out, and that is 4 mills that you would be getting, assuming both of them get reverses. If you're able to, I don't want to sound like too optimistic, but if you only whiff on one of those 4 mills, your 2 cards just got you 3 cards back, plus the standby itself got you a character, probably a 2/2 that you can now swing big with the following turn. I think all of that together makes us pretty strong. Uma has a million different ways to buff power in this set. So if you are concerned that 7k is not enough for a reverse, there are so many power pumps that you could throw in to give this more power. I think for anyone who is not as familiar with Weiss as a whole, maybe you're getting into Weiss because of Uma. In that case, welcome. Standby combos at level 1 generally do not plus you directly when it comes to hand or stock. The majority of the time, when we see 1/1 combos, when we see level 1 standby combos, they have more to do with maybe standing another character on your stage, maybe at the start of your attack phase or something, or they swing big and have encore, something like that. And generally, the idea of that is because standby is already plussing you simply by playing the standby climax, which other climaxes, most climax types that you're going to see, they don't plus you in terms of actual card advantage when you play them. You play a bar, a choice, a pants, a door. Sure, you're going to get power and sure, you're going to get a soul, but in terms of card advantage, you're not gaining stock, you're not gaining hand, or that sort of advantage just by playing the climax. You're gaining other types of advantages, but that's a different discussion. Standby directly puts a character of up to 1 level higher than your current level directly onto your stage, comes out rested, but that gives you a character you can attack with next turn. And if you're summoning a 2/2 at level 1, you just save 2 stock by playing it, and you've got this giant beater for the next turn. So very often when they print level 1 standby combos, they might plus you, but they don't plus you directly. They don't give you hand, they don't give you stock. There are exceptions like the Eris from Mushoku Tensei. That's a 1/1 standby that gives you cards back to hand. The Nino 1/1 combo from the movie Quint set, which is on reverse salvage, and that's on a standby, and that thing swings big and it has hand on core. A lot of the time though, when your level 1 standby game might kind of just be standing a character that you summon with the standby that turn, and that's kind of it, to sort of like make up for the fact that you are getting a super powerful character with oftentimes 2 souls out, attacking as early as level 1. So I kind of like that, even though this needs a reverse, I like that this does plus you hand. I'm someone who kind of likes being able to play standby that still generates me resources like hand or stock. Generally hand though, because standby sometimes has a problem with maintaining hand if the game is going badly and you're having to constantly discard for hand encores, which a lot of standby cards do have. So I think this card is pretty good, especially on a rare. I think Uma does have just enough standby support going for it that maybe its function, it can be used in any deck. There's not a lot of cards that say if you have a standby you get to do something directly, but standby support, I mean, there's good hand filtering. There are profiles that you just see used a lot in standby decks because they have good synergy with standby, and Uma set 1 has enough of that where I think 8 standby is pretty viable. Maybe it's not going to win a regional or something like that, which I'm noticing is something I'm saying a lot when I'm talking about a lot of these combos, but I think that is my overall impression so far of Uma set 1, where set 1 has some really great cards in it, but as a whole, I think it's kind of like, it's not bad, but if you can tell the tone of my voice, it's more like, it's not bad, yeah, it's fine, it has some highlights and it has some lowlights, and it's perfectly acceptable. I think this is sort of like one of those cards that the level 3 game for standby is perfectly normal, just to burn 3. We've already looked at it. And I'm not saying this card puts 8 standby over the top or anything like that, but it helps sort of distinguish it from a lot of other level 1 game plans of other standby decks. And that is something I do appreciate. And for people who like 8 standby, this is probably one of the better level 1 standby combos we've gotten recently, because typically, again, when we are seeing level 1 standby things, Lately, most of the time, what they are is just you summon out a level 2 character, a specific one that you can stand and attack with immediately, and that's generally it. There are exceptions, but that does get kind of boring. It's nice that I can actually do a little bit more with it while still gaining the advantages of standby, which is printing out these powerful characters earlier than I should and for free. Next up, we have this Starlight Beat Oguri cap. This works on the picture Dodori here. This is actually a combo I really like just reading it and from brief testing in the simulator. During your turn, if you have another Uma character, she gets 3000 power, so she's 6k, 7k with the climax, which is a tad weak by modern standards, but it's not so weak that it's like unplayable or anything like that. When it attacks, if you have the door climax in your climax area and you have another Uma character, look at up to 4 cards from the top of your deck. Choose one Uma character from among them, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, rest go to waiting room. It then has another effect, which is at the beginning of your encore step, and this is not tied to the climax combo, by the way. Beginning of encore step, if this card's in your center stage, you may send itself to the waiting room to summon out this fast as lightning tomato cross. This card is actually very interesting because it has an effect that you can put itself into your waiting room to choose one copy of this level 1 Oguri cap in your waiting room and put it in the state position that this card was in. You can do that during your main phase, so it like changes into it. We have seen recently things like Bane Dream with the level 1 Oblivionis, which has a changer that changes into the level 1 combo at the start of your climax phase. We see how powerful it is to have basically you're running 8 copies if you play 4 copies of each, 8 copies of your level 1 combo essentially. Now, what this card does, aside from the whole change effect, is when this card is frontal attacked, look at the top card of your deck and put it on the top of your deck or into your waiting room. And then it has hand encore. So when it goes from stage to waiting room, you may discard a character. If you do, return it to the same position as rest. I like this combo. I like door as a trigger. This thing is obviously incredibly weak. It's going to lose to literally anything your opponent throws at it. At the very least, it's going to tie if you don't back it up or anything like that. I do appreciate I like that Oguri basically allows you to play 8 copies of itself. That is very nice. I like that it gives deck speed. Top 4 check is standard, but it gives deck speed if needed. That is really good. I like that while it's giving you the deck speed, it might be putting copies of this tomato cross into your waiting room that weren't already there. So that way you can change into it at the start of your encore step. And then this tomato, when it's frontal attacked, you get the surveil effect, the self-surveil effect, so that if you don't see a climax, you could get rid of that card and hopefully dig yourself 1 card closer to a climax. And then, because it has hand encore, it's going to lose no matter what. You can hand encore it back if you want, so that you can then change back into the Oguri cap level 1 combo the following turn and loop the combo. Yeah, obviously being on a door makes it harder to loop, and the pants climax combos in the set, in my opinion, aren't quite up to snuff to like really be playing them. You would like to be playing a pants level 3 combo so that you could make it easier to loop this. That is a negative, but I think overall this whole package just has a lot of pluses. 8 copies of your level 1 combo, you get deck speed, you're grabbing characters, you're getting a little self-surveillance on your opponent's turn, maybe getting some cancels you shouldn't have gotten because of that extra 1 card, optional deck speed that you're giving yourself, while potentially looping the combo the following turn. So you're just continuously pushing soul, continuously getting yourself into better deck states, continuously surveilling yourself and getting extra cancels. I think it does all sort of come together in a pretty interesting way. Considering, as a side note, I was not too big a fan so far, even though I did not dislike it. I just didn't love the start of the first season of the main show that I've already watched, but I have absolutely loved Cinderella Grey so far, and I largely love it because I love Oguri, so I am personally very happy that there is a good level 1 Oguri combo, because so far she's by far and away my favorite character in the franchise from my very limited knowledge of this franchise. But yeah, yeah, I think this is a decent level 1 combo. This doesn't really see a ton of play on the JP side of things, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I don't think this feels like a rare profile. I mean, I could be biased, but I think just all of the effects that you're getting without really needing to do anything, other than just like play the game normally, it does to me feel more like this should be a double rare profile, at least for the actual level 1 combo. Um, some people might make the argument that the Oguri's weakness is the fact that it could have potentially survived the following turn, and then it's just even easier to loop it. Maybe your opponent couldn't get 3 lanes, or all of them were above 3K, or even matched 3K, tied at 3K. So the fact that you are changing into this really, really weak tomato cross, and guaranteeing that it's going to die because it's only 500 power, that is a weakness. But I think the benefits of the self-surveil, especially once you start getting multiple copies of it, I think if you are getting at least 2 copies of this thing out, the tomato cross, I think looking at the top card of your deck twice in a turn and getting rid of them, I think that can add up. Of course, it's going to come down to deck speed. Sometimes you're just going to see a climax on the top, and you would have canceled anyway, even if you didn't self-surveil. But I think as a package, this thing comes together very nicely. It's on a good trigger. It's a tad weak, only swinging at 7K, but it's good enough. You're going to be changing into it anyway, into the tomato cross anyway, so it's perfectly fine. Next up, we have this Your Team Ace Majiro McQueen. I wonder if she's related to Lightning. During your turn, if you have another Uma character, she gets 3,000 power. So she will be 7K on her own, 8K with the climax. When she attacks, if you have the Pants climax that's pictured here, and you have another Uma character, look at up to 3 cards on the top of your deck. Add 1 Uma character from among them to your hand, put the rest into waiting room, and if there's a marker underneath this card, choose 1 level 2 or higher character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. So this is another example of a combo that does not need a marker to actually do part of the combo, but if you have a marker, you get a bonus effect. Now, that bonus effect does add you back a specific level 2 or higher character from your waiting room. You're not necessarily plussing from that directly, because you do have to keep in mind that you did have to play a character that you then markered to this. So you're still just sort of, if you did that all in one turn, you're kind of just staying hand neutral throughout the turn. Assuming you just hard played all of them that turn and you didn't use any brainstorm effects before you used the inspire thing. So you're not necessarily plussing if you're just hard playing everything out and immediately markering it and everything like that. But it is a way to sort of just trade cards you don't necessarily need in your hand that happen to have the whole inspire mechanic for very specific pieces. I do like that this is on a good trigger, and I do like that it still gets a decent enough climax combo effect if you were not able to marker it. I think very often, I think that's important for level 1 combos with this set, that you can do things without a marker and then get bonus effects based on a marker. Mostly because at level 1, you just often don't have the time to set yourself up to where it's reasonable to think that every single game you are going to be able to not only get the climax you need, plus the level 1 combo itself, plus a card to marker it. I think sometimes, maybe you only get to play 2 copies of this and you only have 1 marker, 1 card that you can marker. You don't want to not be able to do your level 1 combo. I can understand that level 3, why they would make some cards need a marker to do it, because you have more time to set up. A lot of the level 3 combos in the set dig or draw, so you're getting characters that could potentially become markers, that sort of thing. At level 1, though, it's important to be able to have the option to still do some sort of plussing effect without a marker. And this card does, I think, gain some value throughout the course of the game because it is on Pants. You can loop it. You could grab copies of itself, maybe off the top check 3. This card would feel pretty strong if you used one of the brainstorms in the set that does have the whole marker mechanic, and maybe you play out that brainstorm and then you use the brainstorm and you hit on it, you get a character back with the brainstorm, and then you play this out and then you marker the rested brainstorm to it, and then you get the two effects off of this card. At that point you do feel like you're starting to plus a bit more. And I think it's decent overall. This is not going to be, despite being a double rare profile, it's not going to be, I think, the thing you see a lot with Uma Set 1. I think this is something that potentially, for people who really enjoy 8 pants, this is something you will see more of in like set, a little bit in set 2 maybe. There's only one level 3 pants combo in set 2, and it's kind of just okay. But set 3 has a good pants combo in my opinion. If people like this character and they like pants, this could be something that's decent enough as time goes on. For right now though, this will not be like the meta level 1 combo of choice, but that does not mean it's bad. It just means that I think people are going to go to other combos, specifically one other level 1 combo in Uma, but still good enough overall. Speaking of the level 1 combo that I think most people are going to not deviate, but are going to find themselves attracted to when building Uma is this Jinx Breaker Satono Diamond. She works on this stock soul climax with this really nice art. During your turn, if you have 2 or more other Uma characters, she gets 4,000 power, so 8k, which is important because the stock soul climax is not going to give power, so she's 8k whether you play the climax or not during your turn, which is nice. And when she attacks, if you have the stock soul climax in your climax area and you have 2 or more other Uma characters, look at up to 5 cards from the top of your deck. Choose up to X Uma characters from among them, reveal them to your opponent, add them to hand, and put the rest to waiting room. X is equal to 2 if there's a marker underneath this card, and X is equal to 1 if there are no markers underneath this card. This is definitely the level 1 combo that tops the most in the JP side of things. This comes from the trial deck, one of the trial decks for Uma. I think this is a pretty solid, pretty good level 1 combo. Again, I like that it doesn't need the marker to actually do its effect. It just gets a bonus effect if you have a marker underneath it, and that bonus effect is pretty strong. I like looking at 5 cards, up to 5 cards in the top of my deck. That's a lot of deck speed, which can sometimes be very helpful. A lot of people love Stock Soul. I don't dislike Stock Soul. I think Stock Soul definitely has a place. I think there's nothing wrong with the fact that this does have a stock soul. I think there are lots of times where it's beneficial that this is a stock soul instead of maybe a pants climax or something like that. Overall, this is a very strong combo. I do like this combo. I do plan on at some point and actually like playing this myself. Top 5 check is good. I don't know again if I'm really nuts about the whole marker mechanic within the set. Some people like the whole Uma marker mechanic, some people don't. I like that I could just have a good top 5 check, add a character without a marker if I choose to go that route, while still being on a stock soul, which is decent. And yeah, I would expect to see a lot of this if you are sitting across from Uma for the next couple months at least, because I think all of the time when we get a new set that maybe is a little bit of a delayed release from JP, people very often just will sort of jump on whatever Japan has done with it. So I think because this is the dominant level 1 combo by far for Uma on the JP side of things, I think a lot of people are just going to just throw this in their deck because they think it is just the best. Arguably, it is the best level 1 combo that I definitely think it's the best Uma combo at level 1 that Uma set 1 has. It's arguable whether, in my opinion, there are better combos at level 1 with set 2 and with Cinderella Gray, but within the confines of Uma set 1, I think this is the level 1 climax combo of choice. It is very solid, very strong, has a lot of bonuses, doesn't really have any drawbacks, just good overall. And blue is a good color at level 1 for Uma, so that is important too. That will be it for the level 1 combos. Moving on to some other climax combos in this set. This will be looking at level 0 climax combos as well as level 2 climax combos. Now, Very often when I do set overview videos, I do skip the level 0 or level 2 combos in a set because more often than not, level 0 combos and level 2 combos are kind of almost afterthoughts for the majority of sets. There are always exceptions like the Elizabeth level 0 combo from 7 Deadly Sins Volume 2, which is a phenomenal level 0 combo, or Muron from Slime, which is a phenomenal level 2 combo. I don't think the level 0 combos or the level 2 combos in this set are really anything crazy, but I do know that Uma is very popular and is likely to draw some people to Weiss or bring some people back to Weiss. So for anyone who sort of needs a little bit of guidance, I figured I would include them just so that you could maybe understand the pros and cons of various level 0 or level 2 combos. Starting off, we have this Bestest Prize, Haru Urara. I'm guessing she did not win that prize for English comprehension because bestest is not a word. Um, she works on this, what does it say, stock soul climax. So another stock soul climax, which is not necessarily a bad thing. She is a climax swapper, so when she's placed on stage from hand, she will climax swap, which means she can be a generic yellow climax swapper, which is nice. But it's also nice that a level 0 character does have the climax swapper ability, makes it easier to loop itself. If you are playing this, you're probably playing 4 copies of this. If you're playing the Climax combo, the fact that she also is a Climax swapper is really nice. Her actual Climax combo is when you play the Climax pictured here, the Stock Soul. If you have 2 or more other Uma characters, mail the top 3 cards of your deck into your waiting room, choose up to 1 level X or lower Uma character in your waiting room, and return it to your hand. X is equal to the number of Uma characters put into the waiting room by this effect. I do not think this is a bad combo necessarily. I'm not going to go so far as to say it's a good level 0 combo. Um, I have played a lot of the level 0 Quince combo that is identical to this. It's a yellow stock soul combo that says on play, mill 3, salvage a level X or lower. X is equal to the number of characters put into your waiting room. The difference is that one is also a spammable brainstorm. A difficulty that I have found with that combo, as much as I've used it and as much as I've enjoyed it, is the fact that when you're milling 3, you're more likely than you think, if you have multiple copies of this card out, which you're probably going to, you're more likely to sort of get to a refresh at some point throughout the game while you're doing this, oftentimes more than once. If you are looping this as much as possible, like if you pair this with some sort of level 3 pants combo. And the difficulty with that is it's not, your deck state isn't always going to work out in such a way where the mills and the salvage align perfectly. Sometimes you're going to have 2 cards in deck. You're going to use this, you're going to play the climax. You're going to mill 2. You're going to refresh. You're going to mill the 3rd. And that 3rd card you mill is going to be the only card you can salvage. And sometimes that 3rd card milled is just going to be a climax. Sometimes it's going to be a level 3 character, but maybe you milled a climax already, or maybe you milled an event already, and you're not going to be able to salvage it. I think if you are willing to accept that this card does have weaknesses, if you like this Haru character, if you like Stock Soul, if you like level 0 combos, I think as long as you are willing to accept that, I think it's perfectly fine. It'd be nice if you could control the deck speed. I don't mind cards that give deck speed, but I prefer them to give me the option to stop at 1 or 2. Being a mandatory mill 3 is a little rough, but it is a climax swapper, so it's going to be easier to loop this. You're always going to be able to grab back a copy of itself. Even if you just mill 3 climaxes or 3 events, you could still at least grab back a level 0, and you could grab back a copy of this so you could hopefully start looping it the next turn as long as you have another climax to climax swap. It's not going to see play, but for an uncommon climax level 0 combo, I don't think it's like bad. It's not good, but it kind of goes in that area where I think it's like just okay. And there's a lot of people who are perfectly fine with it because they like Stock Soul and they like level 0 combos. And there's nothing wrong with that. Next up, we have this Scramble Zone Mayano Top Gun. I wonder if that's a Top Gun reference. Probably is. She works on this door climax. She says When the climax is placed in your climax area, if your stock has 6 or less cards and you have another Uma character, look at up to 3 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 1 Uma character from among them, reveal it to your opponent, put it into your hand, the rest go to waiting room. She also has the Inspire mechanic tied to her, so when your other character is placed on stage from hand and there are no markers underneath it, you could choose this card and a marker underneath it, and you could put them underneath that newly played card as markers. And any other additional markers go to the waiting room. This card's fine. It's not going to see play. It's also, I don't want to say it's bad, but I'm not going to say it's good because I don't think it's good, but I don't want to say it's just like bad. Technically, what it's doing is not bad. I mean, we've looked at level 1 combos today that are look at top 3 and add a character, and this is that, and had a higher opinion of those. I think the issue is that a lot of the time with level 0 combos, you kind of want to plop them in your back row. So the thing is, they generally have to do some other good effect to justify being in the back row because they're taking the slot of like a brainstorm or something like that. And this just doesn't do that sort of thing. You could still plop it in your back row, but now you're just taking up space in the back. If you plop it in the front row, you're not really going to be killing much with it after level 0. If your opponent has a level 1 combo out, you're probably not getting over it, which means you're giving your opponent advantage by not killing their characters. Yeah, sure, there's a lot of ways to pump power in Uma. I don't know if this is a combo that you should be revolving your deck around power pumps just so that you could play it a lot. Not bad, not good. It's in that middle ground. If I had to say, it's closer to bad than good, but it is not necessarily bad. If you like the character, if you like level 0 combos with a door, this is the combo for you. You still get decent deck speed out of it, enough selectivity, I guess. And if you're someone that just likes this sort of combo on a level 0 while needing something that has the Inspire mechanic, well, I guess this fits that very specific niche. Next up, we have this Blossom in Learning Sakura something 0. She works on this 2-soul climax. She also has the Inspire mechanic, and when the 2-soul climax is placed in your climax area, if you have 2 or more other Uma characters and you have another character in the middle position of your center stage, you may perform the following action. Search your deck for an Uma character, reveal it to your opponent, put it into your hand, shuffle your deck, and choose one character in the middle position of your center stage, and that character gets -1 soul until end of turn. Now that might seem rough, but the fact that this is a 2-soul does help a bit. It still makes it hard to play more than 2 copies of this card, because at that point, if you play 2 copies of this, you're giving something in the middle position -2 soul. So if it's something that's 1 soul to start, it's swinging for 1 soul after you add the 2 soul from the climax and then subtract 1 soul from the 2 copies of this. If you play more than 2 copies of this, you're going to have to get that middle card -3 soul, which means if you don't trigger, you're swinging for no soul, and that's not that great. I don't think this combo is good. This is definitely my least favorite out of the 3 level 0s that we have looked at so far. I guess the selectivity of the deck search is nice. It really is just the whole -1 soul for me. It means that it's hard to play more than 2 copies unless you just really count on a trigger, or you're fine with just accepting that you're swinging for 0 in the middle. But if you like the character, you like 2 souls, it's fine. But do not expect to go to a regional and like do well with it. At a locals, I mean, anything can happen at locals, but I think there are definitely better combos you can be playing. Even at 0, I would take one of the other 2 combos we've looked at over this any day. Next, we have this 2-1 Rocket Star Seeking the Pearl. If all your characters are Uma, this character gets 7,000 power and +1 soul. So she's 11k all the time as long as all of your characters are Uma. You could have one character herself and you would still be meeting that condition. So as long as your opponent doesn't delete traits from your stage, she will always have 11k and she'll have 2 soul, which is interesting. It's kind of funny that this could be like a standby target. Even if you don't play the climax combo, you could just use this as a standby target to have a 2-1 that has 2 soul all the time and is 11k. That's kind of funny. I don't think people will really do it, but it's funny that you can do it and it's not necessarily the worst thing. Her actual climax combo is when she attacks, if you have the wind climax that's pictured here, and you have two or more other Uma characters, look it up to 4 cards from top of deck, add an Uma character, rest go to waiting room, and this card gets the following ability until end of turn. When damage dealt by this card is canceled, this card gets 4,000 power until the end of your opponent's next turn. So if the damage is canceled, she will be 15k on your opponent's turn. Uh, that's really big. That's nice. I think this card has two things going against it though. It's on a wind. Wind sucks. Wind is good if the deck is built, if the set supports wind. Lately, when wind gets printed, we have started seeing that what they will do is they start allowing you, rather than bounce the characters back to your opponent's hand, they allow you to use the wind trigger to send the opponent's characters like to stock. Maybe you send them to stock and then you take a card from their stock and you put it into their waiting room, or you get to put them on top of deck or something like that. I think giving your opponent a character back to their hand for free is just not good, and it's super niche when you're really going to need that during the attack phase. Not really worth it. Uma doesn't really support it that well. I do not like that this card does not replenish the stock you need to get it out. I understand the idea is that this thing is sitting so big on its own. It's sitting for 11k before any other buffs, that there's a good chance it's going to survive anyway. So like at that point, if you attack with it a second time, you're getting that stock back. But if you're already level 2 and you're hard playing this out, I don't really think it's worth it. I would rather just loop a level 1 combo that was top 4 check. This combo just feels super dated. I mean, for an uncommon, it feels like an uncommon, so I guess it's appropriate. I would really only try this out in like 8 standby as a standby target, because the +1 soul is nice and it is sitting pretty big for a 2-1 cross turn. And I'm not even sure I would really put this in standby anyway. That's just, I think, the better option than actually using it for its climax combo, because I think 2-1 combos need to give back the stock that you used to get them out in this day and age to really be relevant. Next up, we have this cool and matter-of-fact Narita. If all your characters are Uma, she gets 2500 power and hand encore. So 9/5 with hand encore pretty much all the time, as long as your opponent doesn't delete traits. And then during your climax phase, when she's placed on the stage by the standby that's pictured here, and you have 4 more other Uma characters, you may stand her. And she gets 1500 power until the end of your opponent's turn. So if you do that, she will be 11k until the end of your opponent's turn. And then when it's back to your turn, she will be 9/5. I think this is fine. This is sort of a standard 2/2 profile and a standby that we have seen a lot in the last few years. The big difference, though, is for every other 2/2, for almost every other 2/2 profile that I can think of for standby that stands itself when you bring it out via its standby, they do not require, except for one, I think, off the top of my head, they do not require you to have a full board. That is kind of disappointing. That's a little tough sometimes, especially because you want to be bringing this out at level 1 and standing it and just swinging immediately. I don't think it needed that condition. Now, Uma does have several cards at level 0 that say when you play a climax, you could bounce this card back to hand, and then you get like bonus if you can give characters effects because you bounced them back to hand. You can order this in such a way where maybe you have 4 characters on board. Maybe you've got 1 or 2 of those level 0s, including maybe one in the front row. Well, actually, no, that wouldn't be good. You got them in your back row. Standby this out to your center stage. You resolve this effect first to stand it. You've still got the 4 more condition met, and then you could bounce back those level 0s from your back row that have whatever bounce back effects they have and still get the benefits of that. But I don't like level 1 combos, and this is essentially a level 1 combo because you can do it at level 1. I don't like level 1 combos that require full fields. I still think this is fine. I would rather play the winning ticket level 1 standby combo that we talked about. But if you like this effect, there is enough in Uma. There's a JC in Uma. There are multiple cards that have easy enough ways to survive at level 0 on your opponent's turn, where Uma, despite its flaws with set 1, I do think it has more advantages than some other sets when it comes to how easy it is to get a full field at level 1. There are just so many cards that allow you to get characters back to your hand or for them to survive on your opponent's turn at level 0 pretty easily. So it's a little bit easier. I still don't know if it's worth jumping through all the hoops in order to do that. Maybe just play the 1-1 the 1-0 standby combo that we looked at earlier. But if you like this profile, it exists, and if you can meet that condition, then I do think it's a solid enough standby card. Next, we have this heroic author, Zenmo Rob Roy. She works on this book climax. This card gets 1,000 power for each of your other Uma characters, so she's 9/5 with a full board. When she's placed on stage from hand, if you have 4 more other Uma characters, you may choose an Umamusume character in your waiting room and put it into your stock. And her climax combo is when her battle opponent becomes reversed, you may send the book climax from your climax area to waiting room. If you do, look at up to 4 cards from top of deck, choose up to 4 Uma characters, show them to your opponent, add them to hand, rest go to waiting room. This combo is fine. It's not good. It's not necessarily bad. I would never play it. I don't think most people are going to play it. I do think it's one of those combos that's closer to bad than it is closer to good. This card can plus you a lot of hand. I think it's nice that it replenishes its own stock. However, we have seen profiles similar to this card a lot. These sort of 2-1 profiles that give you the chance or a decent chance to get a lot of hand. However, more often than not, they will have some condition that allows them to come out at level 1. You may not get the stock back, but I think this sort of combo works better if it has the opportunity to come out at level 1. Being level 2 with today's modern game and the fact that you can't do multiple copies of this card because you're sacking the climax, I think it's not selective enough and you're just doing it too late. It's not necessarily bad, but it is closer to bad than it definitely is closer to good. Like, I would be surprised if anyone really played this unless they were just picking up combos that were below double rare, which a lot of people actually do, and there's nothing wrong with that. This will whiff on climaxes, obviously. It will whiff on events, so it works better when you're not playing events, but there are some good events in Uma. I don't think this is worth taking events out of your deck just to fit in. But, it should be easy enough to get the reverse with a 10/5, assuming you have a full field. And if you have a 10/5 that replenishes its own stock on play, that pluses you 4 characters to hand, this card would feel very strong if you were able to pull that off. And that will be it for the level 2 combos for Uma. Next up, we're going to be talking about some level 0s. Moving on to the notable level 0s for this set. I sort of had a problem when I was putting together this section of the video. There are some level 0s in Uma Set 1 that are genuinely very good. Some that are maybe not overpowering but are very interesting, so they're included. Then there were a lot that were just sort of filler. There were a lot of level 0s in Uma Set 1 specifically that just felt like filler. So many on play give power, on attack give power, or some variation of that sort of effect. I don't know what was going on. So many cards like that. I probably added in more level 0s than I really needed to, just to give people options, because again, I do think Uma will attract some people to Weiss, and maybe I just went over more than I might normally because this is a set overview. I'm not here ranking and reviewing and giving a score to every single card within the set. That would just take so much longer, and honestly, a lot of cards are just not worth talking about because they're just flat out bad, so I don't like doing those sorts of videos. So I definitely put in the highlights here, but I think there are also enough sort of cards that maybe don't see as much play competitively on the JP side of things, but they might fit other players' personal play styles. They might be suited well to newer players who need cards that just are a little more basic in order to get a better grasp on the game as they're learning. So I might have included some cards like that. That I might normally not include, but I think Uma's level 0 game is good enough right now. Definitely some highlights, and I think it will get better with time with the second set as well as Cinderella Grey if we ever get that set. Starting off with this Love Forever Smart Falcon. She is a drop searcher on play, so pay one, ditch one on play to search your deck for a character, shuffle your deck, pretty standard. And then when she's placed on stage from hand, if you have two or more other Uma characters, you may draw a card. If you do, you discard a card. Neither of these effects are groundbreaking. Both of these effects get printed into the ground in like every single set we see for the last several years. I think it's interesting though that both of these effects are put onto a single card. It's nice. I think a lot of there are multiple types of power creep within Weiss over the last several years, but I think a type of power creep that we do see a decent amount is not necessarily printing more powerful effects, even though obviously that does happen. It's a lot of the time it's maybe just making cards that have better card economy. And what I mean by that is rather than needing to play a card that allows a draw ditch and needing to play a separate card that allows you a drop search, you just slap both effects onto one card, like this Smart Falcon. That is an example of power creep. It frees up deck slots, so now rather than needing to play two separate cards to do two separate things, you only need to play one card that can do both of those things. So I included this card because it's like not crazy, it's really standard. But I guess that sort of combining those two good effects onto one definitely elevates this card, because I would not mention this card if it was just a draw ditch or a drop search. Next we have this Blazed Head, Covered Fist, whatever her name is, I don't know. She during your turn she gets 1,000 power. And if I sound tired while doing this, I'm filming this video. I think this is like the fourth day that I've been trying to get through this video because I have been very, very busy preparing multiple different types of videos while balancing work. And so if I sound a little more exhausted than I might normally do, please bear with me. This is a card that I actually like, though I know a lot of people aren't a fan of this profile. During your turn, she gets 1,000 power, so she's 3k, which isn't bad. And when she becomes reversed, she's a non-reverse Rize. For anyone unfamiliar with that term, it refers to a card that, when it gets reversed, reveal up to 3 cards from the top of your deck, choose a character from among them, add it to hand, rescue to waiting room, discard a card. I think it's a nice way to sort of get stockless sort of deck speed. You do have to discard if you reveal any cards. So if you reveal 3 climaxes, not only did you lose 3 climaxes, but now you have to discard a card. If you reveal 2 climaxes in an event, you also have to discard a card, and you can't add any of those cards. I don't think that's likely to happen. There are people that like Rizes. I think they're very simple cards to understand. I think they're great cards for newer players. There are Rizes that we see that are good Rizes to have depending on the set, even if you're not a beginner player. I don't expect this to see a ton of play. I think this type of card is good in a deck that kind of needs deck speed early, without having to pay a stock for like a brainstorm. Something like the Oguri Cap level 1 combo we looked at, which has the whole change package going on. This is a good card where right away you could kind of start just going through your deck and just filling it up with cards. You may not necessarily need the card you grab, but you could grab an important card off of it while also just filling up your waiting room. So I think this card does well in that sort of deck. And it's a pretty basic card. Being able to just swap a card you don't need for the chance of something you do need is pretty nice. Plus 3k on your turn is nothing to sneeze at for a level 0. Next, we have this Happy Hoppin' Racer Tokai Teo. When she's placed on stage from hand, if you have another Uma character, she gets 2k power till end of turn, so she is 4k, not terrible. When her battle opponent becomes reversed, if you have another Uma character, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a level 2 or higher character, put it into your hand. This is from a trial deck. It reads like a trial deck card. I don't think this card is good. I do not think this card is bad. I think, though, the fact that this card can just free plus you, you don't have to discard, you don't have to sack a character, you just need the reverse. And at a 4k, 4k vanilla zeros are mocked. But this does have the chance to plus you an actual character. It can whiff. It's going to whiff on over half your deck, because generally people are going to be playing 8 climaxes plus 18, 20 zeros, give or take. So it's going to, plus that doesn't even factor in level 1s. So it is whiffing on a lot of your deck. Level 2 and 3s generally will have far smaller counts than 0 and 1s. But it is a free plus is still a free plus. It's a very basic banners card. Anyone who's familiar with Weiss isn't going to be playing this, but it exists. Then we have this Drifting Cloud, first name Sky. She's the same girl that was on the level 1 choice combo I raved about. Kind of raved about. When she attacks, you may discard a card. If you do, during that attack, perform a trigger check 2 times on the trigger step. So this is a good way to sort of just exchange hand for stock, which is not bad. And then she has another effect that when her trigger check reveals a card with a soul trigger in its trigger icon, choose one of your other Uma characters, and that character gets +1 soul until end of turn. So I guess, the whole idea here is you're getting extra triggers, you're more likely to trigger soul icons, and then get more soul. I do wish she could give it to herself. I don't like that it only gives it to something else. There might be times where you don't want to attack with this first. But it's fine. It's not going to see much play, but there are people I know that kind of like this profile. I think the real value of this card is the first effect with the whole just discard trigger check twice. Sometimes you'll just have dead cards you really don't need in your hand, and it's nice to be able to just get rid of them and turn them into stock. But the second effect pairs very nicely with that. There's a lot of synergy there. It's not something that is going to fit into a lot of decks, but it's not necessarily a bad level 0 to have. There are definitely players I know from like my locals and stuff that appreciate this sort of card. So next up, we have this Diligent, whatever her name is, Asian Flash. When she attacks, if you have 2 or more other Uma characters, she gets 2,000 power until end of turn, so she'll be 35 as long as you meet that condition. And when her battle opponent becomes reversed, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Another card, I do not think it's bad. I think if you're going second, you should probably be able to meet that condition, and the draw ditch is not bad. I think at level 0, this is perfectly fine. I think there are other level 0, 3,500 or more profiles that I think are just sort of better that you could be playing instead. Pretty much they're like runners and that sort of thing. But I think if you're someone who values the opportunity to sort of hand fix a little bit, then this is a decent enough level 0 card. I think the real value of this card is not. Sometimes you will draw into exactly what you need, or some playable character, and that's good enough. I think this card's value comes more from the fact that, yeah, you're drawing, but you have to discard, so you're getting rid of a card that you really just don't want. Maybe you have too many climaxes, and you just need to get them out of your hand. This card does that. Not a great card, but not necessarily a bad card. It's just one of those cards that fills a certain niche and fits a certain play style. Next, we have this Take Hold of Our Dreams special week. You may rest her at the beginning of your climax phase. If she's standing, you may rest her. If you do, put the top card of your deck into your waiting room. If that card is a character with the same card name as a character in your stage, put that card into your stock. I think this card is close to bad, but it's so funny, and it's technically a way to like plus you a stock every turn. If you just never whiff, that it's because it's so funny that it's still not good, but I mention it just because there's a lot of degenerate gamblers in this community. People that they won't go buy $100 card, but they'll go open up 2 cases to try to pull the $100 card. If you're one of those people, this is a card for you. You just gamble like crazy. This obviously whiffs on climaxes. It obviously whiffs on events. It obviously whiffs if you're using it at level 0 or 1 or 2 and you melt a level 3 character. But it's funny, and it incentivizes you to play 4 copies of a lot of your cards. I don't think it's going to see much play, but if you're someone who doesn't care about having 2 brainstorms in your back row, and you just want something in your back row that's not a brainstorm that does something, then this card does exist. But it's mostly here for the walls. Next up, we have this Fairest Fleur Grass Wonder, and for anyone who does not know, fleur is French for flower. So she's the fairest flower, grass wonder. When she's placed on stage from hand, look at up to 2 cards from the top of your deck and put them on top of your deck in any order. And she is a search rookie, so when she's placed on stage from hand, you may pay 1, clock yourself from top of the deck. If you do, search your deck for up to 1 level 1 or lower character, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, shuffle your deck. This is a great card. This is a double rare, feels like a double rare. It's the rookie of choice for set 1 Uma. It's a necessary card in most Uma decks. I really like this card. I think most people would be playing a Riki anyway if it did nothing else, because you just need them in your deck 99 times out of 100. And I like the first effect a lot. The first effect can be ordered in any way you want. So you can do the first effect, look at the top 2, make sure that you're not putting a climax from the top of your deck into your clock before you do the Riki effect, or you do the Riki effect and hopefully you don't put a climax there, and then you do the first effect and you get to look at top 2. At that point, you have some very important knowledge that can either determine, do you brainstorm after you do the Reki, or it can change the order of your attacks. It's nice that you can put them on the top of your deck in any order. So if you do the Reki effect first, and then you do the self-surveil 2 effect, you are able to, if you see a climax but you can't brainstorm or don't want to, you can sort of just put the climax down a little bit so that it's not as buried in your stock. But I think, however, there are going to be situations where you're going to want to do the surveil effect first, and situations where you're going to want to do it after you do the Riki effect. I think that flexibility is really nice. I think the fact that you would be playing this card if it did nothing else other than be a Riki, the fact that the other thing it does is actually very strong. That knowledge is very impactful. If it was just 1 card, it's fine. You'd still be playing it anyway. The fact that it looks at 2 cards and you can rearrange them, I think is just very strong. Very good card overall. This is something that will be played a lot in Uma. Next up, we have another pretty good card that actually, it doesn't feel like a common. It reads stronger than a common, in my opinion. It's this Hot Rod. I'm not even going to try that last name or her full name, whatever. At the beginning of your opponent's attack phase, if all of your characters are Umamusume characters, you may mill the top card of your deck. If it's a level 2 or lower character, this card gets the following ability until end of turn. When it's frontal attacked, you may return this card to your hand. Also, it has the whole Inspire marker mechanic. I think this is a very solid level 0. I would not really. I don't think people would play this card if it didn't have the Inspire mechanic attached to it. I'm not saying it's a bad card if it didn't have the Inspire mechanic, because typically when we see these sort of coin flip bounce back to hand characters on level 0s, very often it is level 1 or higher character that's milled. Lately, they have been giving us level 2 or lower. Level 2 or lower is better than level 1 or higher because you just run more level 2 or lower characters than you do level 1 or higher characters in most decks. So you're more likely to hit it. But because it does have the Inspire mechanic, not only do you get a level 0 that can bounce back to hand so that you can then use the Inspire mechanic the following turn, at that point, it doesn't really feel like you're going minus or anything by markering it, because a normal level 0 you threw out would have just died the turn after you played it anyway, especially because this one's only 1500 power. So when you threw it out on the stage, if it was a normal level 0 with 1500 power, you're assuming that it's not going to be surviving by the time it gets to your following turn, because this very likely will bounce back. It kind of just feels good to be able to use it as a marker. Because of that reason, people do play this a good chunk when it comes to Uma characters that require markers, because the 2 effects just have a lot of synergy with each other. If you're not playing a deck that requires markers, there are better level 0s in my opinion to play other than this. But even if you're not playing a deck that requires markers, I still do not think this is a bad card. If you're just looking for something that's stocklessly gives you a pretty good chance of plussing without needing a reverse, like a clean cut or something. I think this is a perfectly good card. It's a common, so it's going to be very accessible. It's in a good color for Uma. Definitely a good card. That is a great card in any deck that requires you to be markering, especially when it's a deck that requires you or has the option for you to need markers at level 1 with a level 1 combo. Next up, we have this Cynical Racer Nice Nature. Um, this is a card that is actually currently on the JP choice list. JP, Uma's been out for quite a while on the JP side of things, and Uma has done some shenanigans since it's come out, and this card is involved with them. This Uma in JP has a choice 3 restriction, and all three, even though Uma has had 3 sets released in JP, all 3 cards that are currently on the JP ban list with the choice 3 are all from set 1, and we are going to talk about all 3 of them throughout the course of this video. What this card does, we'll start with the second effect. This card is a helmet. So you may send itself from the stage to waiting room and discard a card to salvage any character from your waiting room. Its first effect is when it is played and placed on stage from your hand, you may put the top card of your deck into your clock. If you do, choose 1 copy of this Sweet Girl Mayano Top Gun that's pictured here on the right. Pick 1 copy of her from your waiting room and return it to your hand. So, if anyone has not pieced it together, if you run both of these cards, what effectively this level 0 Nice Nature allows you to do is it allows you to salvage any character from your waiting room without paying a stock, while going pretty neutral on the hand. It's a very good card overall. It's a helmet, so it's not a bad card to start with. Many people, if a set has a helmet, they will be playing a copy of the helmet in their whatever deck, whatever set they're playing. Anyway, helmets are never a bad card to have as a one of. Not everyone will play them, but a lot of people do. There's nothing wrong with having a good helmet. However, the fact that you can effectively just negate the cost of the helmet, the discard that you need to do to the helmet effect, because you are stocklessly and handlessly grabbing back this Top Gun from your waiting room, I think is very strong. This card has another very interesting interaction that you could do. Let's say that you are playing these 2 cards. Maybe you are 2-4. Maybe you're 2-5. Maybe you need to get to level 3. Maybe you know that you either defeat your opponent that turn or you are losing guaranteed the following turn. You can play this Nice Nature out. You can clock yourself from top of your deck for free. No stock requirement. Clock yourself from top of deck. Salvage the Top Gun from your waiting room. Add it to hand. Then you could use the helmet effect of the Nice Nature to send itself and this Top Gun to your waiting room and just salvage back the Nice Nature. Then play the Nice Nature out again, clock yourself. Maybe now you're 2-6, you level up at 2-7, you're level 3 now, whatever. That is an interaction you can do. If you find yourself in a position where you need to level up, this is a way to do that for really no cost. No stock requirement, no hammer requirement because you're just looping it over and over. I know there are people that will just play this as just the helmet effect, and they don't even play the Top Gun. I have also seen lists of people that will do both. I think the only real weakness about this card is if you really want to maximize it, you do need that second slot for the Top Gun. You also need the Top Gun in your waiting room in order to really benefit it. So I think a lot of the time it's not going to matter, but if the Top Gun gets buried in stock, if the Top Gun is just in your deck somewhere, I think the only time running this Top Gun feels bad is when you draw the Top Gun. That is it. Any other time, I think either it's in your waiting room, which is exactly where you want it to be, or it's buried in your stock. And you know what? This Nice Nature is still a helmet. If this Nice Nature said you needed to discard a copy of the Top Gun to get the helmet effect, then this Nice Nature would not be that good, because it's at the very least, it is always at least just a normal helmet that a lot of people would like to play as a one of anyway. I think sort of just elevates this card to where it's perfectly fine as a helmet, Or when you play the top gun, as long as you can get to the top gun, you have a nice way to not have to expend extra hand to get a salvage of anything of any level, and you do always have the option to sort of just infinitely clock yourself if you're playing the top gun, if need be. And even if that's not something you need to do every game, you still have the option to do that, and I think that is pretty nice. Next up, we have this Golden Beauty Gold City. When she's placed on stage from hand, she gets 1500 power until end of turn, and when her battle opponent becomes reversed, if you have a climax, you may put the top card of your deck into your stock. Um, Very often we see this profile, but they typically are on level 1 cards, and when they're level 1 cards, they do have more power. Because this is a level 0, even with a normal 1k1 climax, this will be only 45 unless you give it some other sort of buff with some other power thing. I don't think this card's amazing. I would prefer if it was a level 1. Um, but it is what it is. There are people that, are going to be playing 8 bar or something like that. And so this slots in very well color wise. They're going to be playing 8 bar, 8 pants, and they're just going to be looping climaxes constantly. And they're probably just counting on the fact that in most games, it's not realistic that your opponent's always going to have a tri-field full of very high, powerful characters. And this is going to be able to get a reverse most of the time in at least one lane. A lot of level 1 combos even that we are seeing recently, they swing pretty high offensively, but they're kind of weak defensively. So this can even get over a lot of level 1 combos when you're swinging into them, recent level 1 combos at least. So I don't think it's a great card because of the fact that its power is a little less than ideal because it's level 0. But I think that if you like this sort of profile, not having to reveal a lot of these sort of when you get a reverse, blind stock yourself, a lot of these stock charging profiles, for anyone unfamiliar with it, they very often require you to, like, on attack, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's like a level 1 or higher character, then you send it to stock. It's always nice when you are able to guarantee that blind stock so long as you like get a reverse or if you have a climax. In this case, this one needs both of those. You need a reverse and a climax. But I think for people who like this profile, which are a lot of people, it does exist. It's not going to be meta. You're not going to see it a lot at like a regional or something like that. But I think at a locals level, there are definitely people who enjoy this sort of profile. Next up, we have this Noble Seamare Fine Motion. Uh, we'll start with her second effect. She is a top check 3 brainstorm. So just pay 1, rest yourself, mill 4 cards. For every climax, look it up to 3, add a card from among them to your hand, rest go to waiting room. Which is great. Top check 3 brainstorms are always nice. I love top check 3 brainstorms. Then she has a first effect, which is when a climax is placed in your climax area, you may discard any card. If you do, reveal the top 2 cards of your deck. Your opponent chooses one event or character from among them, puts it into your hand, and puts the rest into your waiting room. I think this would be a really good card if it was just a top check 3 brainstorm, because there's nothing wrong with top check 3 brainstorms. There are some people that prefer them over salvage brainstorms. I think there's a lot of value in having some combination of salvage brainstorms and top check 3 brainstorms. A lot of the time I will do that. Nothing wrong with it. I think the first effect sometimes is going to just do nothing, and other times is going to be helpful. You don't have to discard a card, so it's an optional effect. I think if you're going to discard a card, it's because you're discarding something you don't want in your hand anyway. It's going to be an extra climax that you want to go back in for a refresh. It's going to be a level 0 character you don't care about anymore. It's going to be a level 3 character that you don't really need to see right now because you're level 1 and you just don't need it. You just need something else. So even though your opponent does get to choose what goes into your hand, and you're only looking at top 2 cards of your deck, so 2 cards from top of deck, and your opponent still gets to pick. It might not sound selective, and it's not selective at all, but when you're using it, you're basically trading a card you don't want for hopefully something that's a little bit better. At worst, you're trading a card you don't want for a different card you don't want, and you're in the same position as where you started. Sometimes you're going to reveal a card you do want, and you're going to reveal a climax. And because this doesn't let your opponent add climaxes to your hand, they have no choice but to give you the character or event that you want. I'm not saying it's going to happen like that all the time, but it's going to happen like that sometimes. There's going to be times where you just reveal a couple of cards where they're just playables, and it doesn't matter which one your opponent gives you, even if they pick the one that's the lesser of the two. You still got rid of the card in your hand you did not want for something that you can now play the following turn. And I think there's nothing wrong with that because it is tied to a Top Deck 3 Brainstorm, and the Top Deck 3 Brainstorm is already good enough on its own. We have seen Brainstorms that have better secondary effects than this for sure. Fujimi Volume 2 came out recently in English, and that has a Top Deck 3 Brainstorm that is also a Rico when you play a Climax. That is obviously, just, in my opinion, just better than this. And we've seen other brainstorms that have better secondary effects than this, but we've also seen brainstorms that people play that have worse secondary effects or no secondary effect. I think it's optional. It's there if you need it, and if you don't need it, then you don't have to worry about it, and you still have a solid brainstorm. So for anyone who appreciates this sort of profile, it's there. I don't think it'll see a ton of play. This is something though that personally I would probably throw in some random decks as like a one of or a two of, just because I do like the value of a Top Check 3 brainstorm. Though I will say set 2 does have a better Top Check 3 brainstorm in it. Next up, we have this Peachy Silhouette Narita Top Road. This is a pretty good plusing level 0 card. If all your characters are Umamusume, she gets 1,000 power. So as long as your opponent's not deleting your traits, she will be 2,500 at minimum all the time. Then during your opponent's turn, if you have another Uma character, she gets 1,500 power. So she will be 4K on your opponent's turn as long as you meet the Uma condition. And because we do not have a meta where there's a lot of trait deletion going on, especially not full board trait deletion, this thing should be 4K on your opponent's turn. Now, we often mock 4K vanillas. Luckily, this is not a 4K vanilla because it is also a runner. At the beginning of your opponent's attack phase, you may move it to an open position of your center stage with a character facing this card. So it does need to run to a position where a character is facing it. However, at that point, it's still going to be 4K when it's your opponent's turn. And I think that's very strong. I think 2-5, being 2-5 on your turn is a tad weak. However, very often we will see this sort of runner profile and they will have 3K to 3,500 power on a level 0, but they'll have that power all the time. So we're sort of sacrificing offense. We're having slightly worse offense for having much better defense than usual. I think this is a good card overall. I think for 2023, this was a good double rare profile. I think it's decent enough now. It probably didn't need to be a double rare in this day and age, but if you need some green splash, or you just want some decent plusing 0, I do not think this is a bad card at all. There are other options you could have, like that yellow, I still don't know how to pronounce her name, but the one that bounces back to hand. That might be a better fit for a lot of Uma decks if they're trying to match the meta from JP. But I still think this is a good option if you don't care about markers, or you kind of just want a better chance that your character is going to live. I don't think it's a big deal that this thing has to run to a position with a character facing it. I know some people don't like that type of runner. They prefer if it can just move to any position of your center stage. But the only way your opponent at 0 is going to be able to deny it is if they have something that can kill this in 2 lanes and they can't get something that could kill it in a 3rd lane, but by guaranteeing that they kill it, essentially, they would have to sacrifice the 3rd attack. And I think at that point, if your opponent is sort of negging themselves by not getting that additional attack with extra damage and they're not generating the stock from that 3rd attack, I think that's kind of a good trade-off. Most people aren't going to do it. I think they'll just have to accept that you're just going to have this 4K runner on their turn that they're not going to be able to deal with most likely until they get to level 1. And I think that's perfectly fine. Next, we have this, God, these Bushiroad quality of images is getting tough when it gets so small because the name is freaking huge. My solo spun and spiraling ruins, I think. Manhattan Cafe, definitely Manhattan Cafe. This says if you have two or more other Uma characters, she gets plus 1000 power. That is cross turn, so that's decent. And when she's put into your waiting room from your stage, you may put the top card of your stock into your clock. If you do, search your deck for up to one cost 0 or lower Uma character with level equal to or lower than your level. Put it in any position of your stage as rest and shuffle your deck. So it's a summon Ricky. It's an on death summon Ricky. Um, I don't care for summon Rickies. I definitely don't care for on death summon Rickies. If I had to have a summon Ricky, I would rather it be an on play one. But I do know that there are people that like this profile, so I thought I would mention it. I don't expect this to see. I think this does have niche. Um, like this will fit into like niche sort of builds where you're going for a specific thing. There are definitely decks where we see that this sort of profile might be good. Most of the time, you're going to go for that flower girl Ricky that we looked at earlier that I raved about. In general, that's just going to be a better fit. But for people who this sort of card satisfies that particular niche, it does exist and it is available. It did not need to be a double rare back in 2023, and I do not think it needs to be a double rare in 2026, but it is what it is. I mean, Manhattan Cafe definitely has a better card that I think we'll look at later. We have this Wild Frontier Taiki Shuttle. When she's placed on stage from hand, put the top two cards of your deck into your waiting room. If there's a climax among those cards, look up to 4 cards from top of deck, choose a character from among them, show it to your opponent, put it into your hand, rest, go to waiting room. Notably, if you add a card to your hand, you don't have to discard. Now, we see this sort of profile a lot where on play you mill typically the top 2 cards of your deck, and if there is a climax, you get some sort of free plus out of it. You get the free plus out of it because you have to meet a very specific condition that is completely up to chance. I don't think this card is going to see play. However, there are people that like to gamble, and there are people that like this sort of profile. I don't think there's anything wrong with this effect on its own. Like, just I think this effect needs to be tied to another effect that's more of a quote unquote staple effect. Something like Ruby has a level 0's Y, which is on play, mill top 2. If there's a climax, search your deck for a character. But it's also a drop salvage. So even if you miss on the climax, you still have another bonus effect. Makeen also has a level 0 that is this mill 2 do something, but it also has another effect that's like a drop salvage or a drop search or whatever it is. So that even if you whiff on it, you're not just sort of stuck with a 1500 attacker and nothing else. You still have something that is good throughout the course of the game, that even if you whiff on it, it's still good. I think this card won't see play, but there are people who like this sort of thing, and if you do hit on it, it is pretty strong. If you use this in conjunction with the Flower Girl Ricky that we looked at, where she lets you look at top 2, and you see a climax there, and you happen to have this card in your hand, then it feels pretty strong, I guess. And I think because she doesn't do anything else, they had her look at top 4, so you do get some deck speed, and you're not level restricted to what character you can grab. So it's not a great card. It's a card that's not necessarily bad, but it's close to bad. I will say we are sort of, in my opinion, really getting to the point where with this card specifically, it's like just a hair's breadth away from being bad. And a lot of people will just say this is a bad card. Personally, I would never sleeve this card up, but I know that there are people who appreciate this sort of profile, so here it is. Next up, we have this Butterfly Stain Wonder Acute. When she is put into your waiting room from the stage, you may pay 1 and put the top card of your deck into your clock. If you do, you get to look at up to 4 cards from the top of your deck, choose a level 1 or higher card from among them, show it to your opponent, add to hand, and the rest go to waiting room. If we had to have an on-death Ricky, I would much rather have this than the Manhattan Cafe, the Summon Ricky that we looked at a couple slides back. This card is still not great, but it can grab events. It is a stockless way to grab, not stockless way, it's a handless way to grab a level 1 or higher card. There is an on death that lets us look at top 4 and add a level 1 or higher card in the set, but you got to discard up front to do it. This does not have that, so sometimes you need to just sort of maintain hand. So in exchange for maintaining hand size, you're paying a stock and damaging yourself, but you can grab events and anything else that's level 1 or higher. at least you don't need a reverse or anything. You can do it during your turn if you really need to. It's not a great card, but I do know that there are people that might go very event heavy with Uma, and they might appreciate the fact that this card can grab you any event in the set so long as it is in the top 4 cards that are revealed. Next up, we have this Flare Aston Machan. I wonder if that's a pun for Aston Martin. Anyway, if she's in the middle position of your center stage, she gets 1000 power, so she's 3k, so as long as she's in the middle, not bad. She's also a climax swapper. Nothing wrong with it. My personal preference is you're going to play a climax swapper just because you need to play a climax swapper. So if this card did nothing else, you would play it because it's a climax swapper. Very often lately, we've been seeing climax swappers often have secondary effects. A lot of the time, they're going to be power related, like this one is. I do think this is one of the better ones because 1000 power is nothing to sneeze at when it already has a base of 2000 power. I think in this day and age, having some secondary utility tied to your climax swapper is a little bit better, but that doesn't mean this card is bad. It's a climax swapper. You got to play climax swapper anyway. We've already looked at another climax swapper that is in this set when we looked at the level 0 combos, so this is just a climax swapper in a different color. If you need red splash, this is a good card to have. If you're more red focused, this is a good card to have. Not much more to say about it. Next, we have this Ephemeral Mystery Aston Martin. When she's placed on stage from hand, choose one of your other characters and give it 1000 power till end of turn. And when a climax is placed in your climax area, you may bounce this card back to your hand. If you do, choose one of your characters, and that character gets +1 soul until end of turn. This is like one of those cards that I was discussing when we talked about the level 2 standby combo that requires 4 more characters on stage in order to stand it when you bring it out via its specific standby climax. I think this card is very typical, the type of typical level 0 support we expect to see for standby. Yes, you can use it in absolutely anything that is running climaxes, but it just sort of has good synergy with standby because it is opening up a slot in your backstage, because presumably you'll have this in your backstage, you'll bounce it back when you play the standby. Thereby freeing up a slot so that if you can use the standby that you played to summon a character in the position that this card was in, meaning you don't have to overplay something. I think this card is perfectly good. I'm not exactly sure how many copies of it I would run. I think the power is pretty irrelevant. Not that the power is something you shouldn't be appreciative of, especially because our level 1 standby combo does require a reverse. So we're not going to say no to some power, especially if we're playing that. But I think the bigger thing is the fact that it gives 1 soul. I think that is actually very important because standby does not give soul when you play it, so very often standby is swinging for less soul than other decks might, because you're more reliant on triggers. And even though standby has a lot of triggers in it, you can still just whiff and not hit triggers until you start getting your 2/2s out, and that's when you start pushing some serious soul. So giving the soul anywhere is very, very nice. It could also help set up side attacks if you really wanted to. In 8 standby, this is probably something you might play a couple copies of, because once you get 1 copy of it, you're pretty much just going to constantly be looping it, playing it, bouncing it back, playing it, bouncing it back, and there's nothing wrong with that. Next, we have this Lone Star Admire Vega. This ability activates up to 1 time per turn. When you use an act, choose one of your Uma characters and give it 1000 power until end of turn. And in addition to that, it is also a JC, so when your other Uma character is frontal attacked, you may pay 1 and send this Admire to your waiting room. If you do, return that character to your hand. I like JCs. A lot of people like JCs. It's cool that the JC for this set is in the trial deck. Makes it pretty accessible. I do wish that this card was just stronger without needing to use an act. We have seen JCs in recent years that are stronger than this. They're stronger than this even with the 1000 boost that this thing could potentially get. And they're still just a normal JC. They have no downsides to it. Like Licorice has a 4k JC on your turn. That is just a JC. There's no downside to it. I guess technically This will get power if you use an act on your opponent's turn. So if you use a backup, this will gain 1,000. But it's a JC. It's probably not going to be on your stage for very long anyway. But it's just barely good enough with 1,500 power. We have seen weak JCs do well in the past, like the Aqua JC from Oshinoko. Granted, that does have a secondary effect that makes it very good, and it does go to memory. This one does not. Overall, though, still a good card. A lot of people like them. This card helps deny reverses, which is important. It helps plus you, which is important. Just a decent enough card overall that does not see a massive amount of play on the JP side of things, which is kind of funny because they have so much on reverse effects over there compared to us. That's kind of what their meta is like a lot of the time. But it's good that this card is an option. I love JCs, lots of people do. It's probably not, it'd probably be better if this was a different color, but it's still good. I still like it. Next up, we have this. I am not even gonna something adventure or something. I don't even know what they're doing with these names. God. Anyway, this is actually a good card. Mostly because I love Ricos, and that's what this card is. Its second effect is just it's a Rico. So on play, discard any card, reveal the top card of your deck, salvage any character with equal to or less than level of the revealed card. That's a Rico. Love seeing Ricos. It is weak as crap. 500 power is nothing. However, when it's placed on stage from hand, you mill 2, mandatory mill 2. If there's a climax among those cards, choose one of your characters and give it 1,500 power till end of turn. It would be nice if the power was not so completely random. 2 cards is not a lot. It's nice though that when you do hit those the climax off the mill 2, that you can give it anywhere. That doesn't have to be itself, but it can be itself. It would still be pretty weak even with that 15, which means that's why it's very beneficial that you can give it anywhere. I think most of the time we're just crashing with this, but you could give something else enough power to get over something. And at the end of the day, it's still a Rico. Ricos are good. You know, maybe you throw 2 copies of it into. I know a lot of Uma lists do not play this card. I'm a huge fan of Ricos. They're the best sort of costless hand filtering in the game. Get dead cards in your hand out of your hand. Grab some playables, even if it's just a brainstorm or a Ricky or something like that. And sometimes you high roll and you grab your level 3 combo back or your level 1 combo or something like that. Definitely a good card that I think with set 1 is more important. Maybe it doesn't see as much play when set 2 comes out. Then we have this Fire at My Heels, Kita-san Black. When she's placed on stage from hand, choose one of your characters. It can be itself, which is nice. And that character gets 1,500 power until end of turn. And then its other effect is when it's put into your waiting room from the stage, you may discard a card. If you do, look at up to 4 cards from the top of your deck. Choose up to 1 level 1 or higher card from among them. Show it to your opponent. Add it to hand. Rest go to waiting room. We've seen this before. This is like the Fubuki from Hololive Volume 1, except a different color. We see this sort of effect a lot with the on death dig 4 at a level 1 or higher card. We see it a lot tied to some sort of power pump, whether it's on play or on attack. Very often it's on play. This is not a new effect. It's not a bad effect. You mostly play it for the second effect, but the first effect means that it's very relevant at level 0, and in Uma specifically, it's still relevant at level 1 because we have so many level 1 combos that do require reverses. You know, I think this is a very solid card overall. I think for a double rare, it's fine. In 2023, it was a bit better. In 2020, this would have been an insane double rare. In 2026, it doesn't feel quite as strong as it would have back then. But I still think it's a very good card. I think this card is good in things like standby. It's good if you're in an event-heavy sort of deck because it can grab events potentially. And Uma does have at least one really, really good event that is a part of the JP choice list. I think overall this is a very solid card. I think with just set 1, this is a card that should, I don't know if people will, but personally I think it's a card that's important to play for various reasons. But it's just a solid card all around. It's the type of card that because it has these 2 good effects tied together, that it keeps this card relevant as the years go on. It's just 2 very solid effects. They don't break the game or change or anything like that, but there's nothing wrong with either of them. Certain deck builds, certain certain deck builds are just going to have more have more need of this sort of card than others. Maybe because they play a level 1 combo that doesn't have as much deck speed, and this is sort of a way to not only grab you a card you might want, but it also gives you deck speed at the same time. The power pump is relevant to Numa, as mentioned. Just a very solid card overall. Next, we have this Wild Charger Twin Turbo. At the beginning of your climax phase, if this card is in your center stage, choose up to 2 of your characters, and those characters get the following ability until end of turn. When this card attacks, during that attack, perform a trigger check 2 times on the trigger step. If performed 2 times, put the top card of your stock into your waiting room. I think this is a really interesting card. I'm not saying I'm going to like throw it into every Uma deck that I play, but I love that there's really no condition for this card. I like that other than the fact that it needs to be in your center stage, like you don't need to play a climax, you don't need to do anything else. It's just being in the center stage. The fact that it also gives 2 of your characters twin drive, I think is pretty strong. You're not actually gaining any stock for anyone who's newer to the game. It's not giving you an extra free stock on 2 characters, because you are putting the second card from your stock into your waiting room. But Twin Drive does have its value. I guess the only real weakness about this card is the fact that it does have to be in center stage, and maybe sometimes you want to be tri-fielding your level 1 combo or something like that. You've got all of them, but now you can't use this effect. I think this is a sort of effect that people who like this kind of thing are going to love this sort of card. I'm not saying it's super necessary, but I do like that it exists. I think it's an interesting profile, largely because you don't need to play a climax in order to gain the ability, and it gives it to 2 characters. I think that's very, very strong. Even though I'm not saying it's an amazing card, I think just for what it is, I think it's strong. Next, we have this Adapt and Control Econo Dictus. You may put 2 cards from your hand into your waiting room and put this card at the bottom of your deck. If you do, you choose one Umamusume character with level equal to or lower than your level in your waiting room, and you put it in the stage position that this card was in. This card is a great way to sort of just save stock. We have seen that this sort of effect can be very strong in different things. Currently, Oshinoko Volume 2 has an Akane that lets you summon from Waiting Room without paying stock. I think the only real downside of this effect is the fact that it's a ditch 2. That's a lot. You're spending 3 hand in order to save 2 stock. I think most of Umamusume set 1's level 3 combos are more hand costed than they are stock costed. Now, we did look at the level 3 combos. There are level 3 combos that do require a lot of stock, but they also still require hand. So I'm not quite sure if you're really going to be able to afford it. I think this card, I like that the card was printed. I think there is a fit for this card. This card might be a little bit better in future Uma sets, but I still think this is a card that's nice that they printed it. It is still expensive, but there are definitely builds and types of players that I think really appreciate this card. There's no real need to be playing this, and it wouldn't do well in the quote unquote meta build of Uma that I expect people to be playing, because that's already a very stock light finisher. That's the current Burn 1 Mocha 2 card that we looked at earlier. But this card does exist if you feel you need to be saving some stock, and there's nothing wrong with that. Next, we have this Peak Joy Tokai Teo. When she's placed on stage from hand, put the top 2 cards of your deck into your waiting room, and this card gets X power until the end of turn. X is equal to the number of Uma characters put into your waiting room by this effect times 1,000, such as the potential to be 35 if you mill 2 characters. And then she has another effect that during the turn she's placed on stage from hand. At the end of your turn, you may choose 1 Uma character in your center stage and 1 Uma character in your backstage and exchange them as resting. I don't expect this to see a ton of play, but I think this is kind of an interesting card. I like that this card has the option to pick 2 characters and it doesn't need to be one of them. I feel like most often when we see this sort of effect, it requires that it be the character that is moving around. Now, a lot of the time, you might pick this card as a character that's moving around, but it's nice to have the option to move two other things. I think there is some value with that, maybe in like standby or something like that. It kind of depends. I don't think it's an amazing card. I think, though, because it's kind of wonky, but it's wonky in a way where it does have some sort of like it's wonky in a way that just sort of has it does have a purpose in certain builds in certain situations, and I don't think it's a broken card. I don't even necessarily think it's a good card, but I think it's a card that has such an interesting effect that it is worth mentioning because I know there's people that are going to like playing this card. My guess would be that this has the most potential in sort of like standby, for example. Next, we have this Daring to Dream Nice Nature with this super pretty art. When a climax is placed on your climax area, you may pay 1. If you do, look at up to 4 cards from the top of your deck, choose a character from among them, show it to your opponent, add it to hand, rest, go to waiting room. Very standard effect. This gets printed all the time. Not a bad effect necessarily. This has a lot of value in certain decks, especially standby. Standby decks often like this sort of profile. It does have a second effect where at the beginning of your opponent's attack phase, you may mill the top card of your deck. If it's an Umamusume character, you may move this card to an open position of your center stage. So it's got the pay 1, top check 4 at a character, plus it's a mill runner. It's only 2k power. We would like to see a mill runner be a little bit stronger, but they obviously sacrifice the power to make up for the fact that it does have a very, very strong burst effect. I think this card, you could splash this card into absolutely any Uma deck that you want. I think Standby does benefit the most from it, but I think this is a very solid card overall. The people who like this effect and like the combination of these two effects, they're going to play it, they're going to like it. I like that the card exists. I can see that there are certain builds that I would never play this card in, but I can also imagine already just plenty of builds that I would throw this card into. It kind of just depends on the deck and what the purpose of the deck is and what I'm going for. It's optional deck speed while exchanging 1 stock for 1 character, and I think that's pretty strong. Next up, we have Strength in Full Bloom Sakura. This card cannot be chosen by your opponent's effects. She is also a salvage brainstorm, so pay 1, rest yourself, and mill 4, and salvage up to the number of climaxes milled. And she also has the inspire effect. This is definitely the sort of brainstorm of choice that is used a lot of the time in a lot of the popular Uma decks because she's a brainstorm that does have the inspire effect, and that is very strong. She also can't be chosen, which means that a lot of the time you might want to save this for your level 3 turn if you are playing a level 3 combo that requires a marker. But you don't really want to just be holding on to 1 character in your hand or have it just sitting on your stage until then. But this is a brainstorm, which is perfect because you want to be having a brainstorm pretty early in the game anyway. But if you do the marker, you don't want to take the chance that your opponent just sort of maybe they memory blink it away and they bring it back, or they bounce it back to hand and it loses the marker, or whatever the situation might be. So the fact that it has the brainstorm and it has the inspire would already be good, but it would have a major glaring weakness, meaning that your opponent can blink it away. And then you lose the marker. The fact that it can't be chosen, though, absolutely perfect. It's exactly what this card needed. This for anyone that is playing a marker-based Uma deck, which is going to be the majority of them, I am assuming, going forward. I would say that it's a pretty easy call that this is going to be the brainstorm of choice for those decks. It is in Japan. There are other brainstorms you could play. You're going to be playing multiple cards that have Inspire in your marker Uma decks, but this is sort of just an easy one to just throw in your deck because it has 2 necessary effects while the very, very important protection effect. Next up, we have this Make Some Noise Daitaku Helios. This card has 2 effects. The first one is when it's placed on stage from hand, you may pay 1, ditch 1. If you do, look at up to 3 cards from the top of your deck. Choose 1 card from among them, add it to hand, rest go to waiting room. Pretty standard. We see that a lot. Uh, because it's any card, you don't have to show it to your opponent. You can grab climaxes, you can grab events. It does have a second effect, which is when it's placed on stage from hand, you may return 2 characters from your waiting room to your deck and shuffle your deck. If you do, this card's soul does not decrease by side attacking until the end of turn. I think this card is very, very interesting. I already know that I'm going to be playing this card in certain builds because there is a 3-0 event that I think has a lot of value in certain builds. Maybe a little bit more when we get future sets, but I think this combination of effects is very interesting. We see both of these effects printed on level zeros all the time as separate effects, and we don't really see them printed together. Very often, though, we will see the first effect allow you to look at more than 3 cards. So because it does have this second effect tied to it, they restricted the number of cards you could look at. Obviously, it would be better if you could look at 4 or 5 cards than 3 cards, but I think this is not a card that needs to be in every deck, but I think there are certain decks that can benefit from this card because both effects can be relevant. I think there are certain builds based on what's in UMA Set 1 and UMA Set 2, which we already know are coming. The Set 2 is definitely coming to English. There are certain builds where either one of these effects can be good at different points in the game for those particular builds, in my opinion. So I think having these 2 effects tied to 1 card is actually very strong when you are playing those builds. I don't necessarily think that this is a card you really need to be playing if you're not playing what I'm imagining, and a lot of builds are not going to be playing this. Doesn't make it a bad card if you did want to throw it into it, because neither effect is necessarily bad. But this card is like a niche card that is actually very important in those niche decks. I have already envisioned certain things that this card is like very essential for, and I'll talk about it later when I get to the card that I am thinking of. But it's a card that I think is good a lot of the time, I guess. And sometimes it is very necessary, but it's definitely not a bad card, even though it's not going to see play a ton, I think, right now. Next up, we have this Red Strife Gold ship. She is a search brainstorms. Pay 1, rest yourself, mill 4 for every climax. Search your deck for a character. Pretty standard. But she also has another effect where when your character, any character's trigger check on any of your characters' trigger check reveals a climax with 2 soul triggers in its trigger icon, you may discard a character. If you do, salvage a character. If you are on some combination of 8 stock soul, or 8 2 soul, whatever the combination is between those. I think this is pretty much the brainstorm of choice you're going to go with. I don't really think this is worth it if you're only playing, 4 stock soul or 4 2 soul and then like bar or pants or something like that. But if you are playing some combination of 8 stock soul or 8 2 soul, 4 stock soul, 4 2 soul, whatever, I think this is actually a pretty strong card. Search brainstorm is the worst part about it, because generally salvage is better, but that doesn't mean search is bad. I think that was their way of balancing the fact that you could salvage any character by just discarding a character when you trigger a specific type of climax. If you're playing those things, I'm not quite sure it's totally worth it to be playing that sort of climax trigger lineup right now. But if you do want to, you do have the option. I think it's nice that this card does exist for those types of decks. Next, we have this down the line Measure Orion. She says that when she is placed on stage from hand or put into your waiting room from the stage, you may discard a Pants Climax from your hand. If you do, look at up to 5 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 1 Uma character from among them, show it to your opponent, add to hand, rest go to waiting room. She also has the Inspire marker mechanic. I think if you're playing 8 Pants, this is a fantastic card to have as a 1 of or 2 of. If you are playing a version of 8 Pants that requires markers, it's like almost essential that you play at least 1 or 2 copies of this. I think Dig 5 on play and potentially on death. I think it's super strong. Grabbing a character it's just so much deck speed where if you just have too many pantses in your hand, it can be you've got an extra pants in hand when you're level 1. Play this out, dig 5, grab your level 1 combo, do your level 1 combo, you attack with this, you trigger a pants at some point, now you've got another pants you don't need in your hand. This one card in that scenario just went through up to 10 cards of your deck by just discarding cards you didn't want anyway. Being able to do this on player on death is just very, very strong. And if you are playing the Inspire mechanic and you need the markers, then it's, I guess, nice that this card does have that second ability. A card that is pretty useless if you're not playing 8 pants. I don't know if I would really recommend playing this if you're only playing 4 pants. And obviously, if you're playing no pants, you're probably going to get kicked out of the venue because you need to have some sort of pants on. But there are other cards with Inspire that have other effects if you're not playing pants. But this is really good in 8 pants decks. Next, we have this card that is going to see an absolute crazy amount of play, I think, in a lot of Uma builds for quite a long while, even after set 2 comes out. It is this Will to Overtake Satono Diamond. When she's placed on stage from hand, if you have another Uma character, she gets 1500 power, so she should be 35, and the following ability until end of turn. When she attacks, look at the top card of your deck, put it on top or bottom of your deck. And when her battle opponent becomes reversed, choose one of your other Uma characters, rest it, and move it to an open position of your backstage. So she is a clean cut that is 3500 the turn you play her, and she automatically has the ability to look at top card of deck and leave it or move it. Don't need to play a climax for that, like a lot of that sort of effect require, or anything like that. This is a great plussing card at level 0. Definitely one of the better double rares for the set. Still sees a ton of play in Japan, even after having 3 sets worth of cards. 3500 is great for a clean cut. The self-surveil is awesome on a clean cut. Only real downside, I guess, of this card is like if it did manage to survive until your following turn, then it's only a 2k clean cut, which is pretty bad. But honestly, you don't play clean cuts because you expect them to survive until your following turn. So it doesn't really matter. This is a fantastic card, one of the better or best level 0s in the set. There's a reason why so many people play it. It just feels so free, and it does do a lot for free. Only real condition is that you need to have another character when you play it, but it's a clean cut, so you really wouldn't want to be playing it if you weren't planning to clean cut another character to begin with. So it's really a condition that's not really a condition. Sometimes Bushiroad likes to give us cards that have quote-unquote fake conditions, I guess, to try to convince us that they're trying to balance cards, and they give us cards like this where the condition is really, it might as well have just have said on play, give this thing 1500 and the surveil effect, because that's essentially what it is. Very strong card, going to see a lot of play. Good color too, especially because the level 1 combo of choice that most people are going to be playing is that combo, the stock soul level 1 combo we looked at. That's in blue, so this just helps with color fixing. Very strong card. That will be it for the level 0s that I'm going to talk about in this video. Next up are the level 1s. Moving on to the notable level 1s for the set. This is going to have less cards to talk about than level 0. I know the level 0 discussion did take quite a while, and I probably didn't need to include as many of the cards that I did include, but I explained my reasons for why I did so. Fortunately, just for the sake of time, there are nowhere near as many cards I felt were worth talking about at level 1, so we'll just get into it. Starting with this eccentric genius Air Shakur. She is a 1k backup for some reason. Didn't really need that, but it's there. She's also a mill 5 search brainstorm. So she pays 1, rests herself, mills 5 for every climax, search a deck for a character, add to hand. Yes, you would probably only be playing this if you're playing yellow at level 1, but for the fact that your brainstorm is not on a level 0, the trade-off for that is that by waiting, you get the extra mill. Mill 5 can be very strong. Mill 5 is generally on draw brainstorms. Draw brainstorms suck, but Mill 5 feels very strong when it's a salvage, and it feels almost as good when it is a search. That extra card really can make a difference, especially throughout the course of the game. It would really stink if she was like a Mill 5, but no matter how many climaxes you milled, you are still limited to only getting 1 character. Sometimes when we see mill 5 salvage or search brainstorms, that is exactly what happens. Even if you mill more than one climax, you can only grab one character. There is a brainstorm in set 2 of Uma that is like that. So I think this is a very solid brainstorm if you are in yellow at level 1 and you are willing to wait to play out your brainstorm. And you don't care as much about the markers because obviously, unlike that blue brainstorm that we looked at, the Sakura, I think is her name, this one does not have the Inspire engine. But there's pros to this, there's cons, but the cons are mostly just the fact that it doesn't have the Inspire like the Sakura, and in some builds that doesn't really matter. Next up, we have this King of Emeralds, King Halo. Wow, she's a king and her name is King. That's pretty cool. When she's placed on stage from hand, if you have another character, she gets 6,000 power till end of turn, so she'll be 7k. When this card becomes reversed in battle, if you have 2 or more other Uma characters, you may put a marker from underneath her into your waiting room. If you do, look at up to 3 cards from the top of your deck, choose 1 card from among them, put it to hand, rest go to waiting room. I think this is a card that's not going to see a ton of play for multiple reasons. Primarily, the main Uma stuff we're going to see doesn't really have yellow at level 1. But if you are someone who's just building yellow at level 1 and you do have the Inspire mechanic, I think this is an option. It's fine. I know it sounds like you're not actually going negative on a card because you're trading the card you marker for a card from the top of your deck when you use this effect. So you're saying neutral in terms of hand advantage. You obviously do have to wait until you get a reverse with this to actually get that card back, which means this card is susceptible to if it is bombed. If your opponent has some sort of level 1 bomb that doesn't reverse it but sends it somewhere else, then you did just go minus a card, and that really stinks. But it's nice that this card can grab you any card, so you can grab a climax or an event. If you're playing some marker focused thing and you're playing yellow at level 1, I could see people trying this card out. It's not good, it's not bad, it falls somewhere in between. It does lean, in my opinion, a bit closer to bad than it does to good, but it still has a niche function for certain types of players, I think. Next up, we have this North America Phantom Bird El Condor Pasa. This is a 1/0 with a soul trigger. Always like to see soul triggers on our 1/0s. When she's placed on stage from hand, reveal the top card of your deck. If that card is an Uma character, this card gets +1 soul until end of turn. So it's a nice way to get an extra soul for free. That's always good. And when she becomes reversed, if her battle opponent is cost 0 or lower, you may put that character into your opponent's stock. If you do, put the bottom card of your opponent's stock into their waiting room. So she is a stock bomb that also can be 1 soul. And she has a soul trigger as a 1/0. I think if you are playing yellow at level 1, there's nothing wrong with throwing a copy or 2 of this into your deck to push soul or to potentially deal with problematic cost 0s. I think, this card in certain types of decks, this card can, and in certain types of matchups as well, this card can be very good. It's not going to find its way into any of the main Uma decks that we see, largely because of color. But I think for what this card is, it's actually a very solid card. It's just it only fits into certain types of decks. But the decks that it does fit in, this card is very good in certain matchups. Next card is Eightfold Fortune, Kopana Riki. During your turn, if you have another Uma character, she gets 3,000 power, so she would be 65. When she's placed on stage from hand, if there is a marker underneath this card, choose one of your Uma characters and it gets 2,000 power and the following ability until end of turn. When this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, search your deck for up to 1 Uma character, show it to your opponent, put it to hand, and shuffle your deck. Again, with the whole marker thing, this is a way of this is probably a better sort of marker card than the first one we looked at in this section, because you don't have to wait until your character gets reversed. You can decide when you use it. Plus, you are giving a specific character the ability. So, maybe there's a reason you don't want to give it to this. There's plenty of situations where it could call for that. It's nice that you can give it to something else. Pick whatever lane you're going to get a guaranteed reverse in, and then you search your deck for a very specific character. I think this card is another one of those cards if you're playing markers, but you're also playing yellow at level 1. This is not necessarily a bad card. If you're not playing the Inspire engine, this card sucks and there's no reason to play it. But if you are heavy into that engine and yellow at level 1, this is not, it's a stockless way to deck search, essentially. A delayed deck search, but still a stockless deck search, which is not bad. Next, we have this Turbulent Blue Meisho Doto. This card gets 1000 power for each Uma character in your backstage. So she's 6k if you got a full backstage. When she attacks, if you have 2 or more other Uma characters, look it up to 2 cards from the top of your deck. Choose 1 card from among them, put it on top of the deck, put the rest into your waiting room. There's nothing wrong with being able to trigger fix on a card. The condition is pretty non-existent. Very often to get that sort of top check 2, you're either a level 0 or you need to play a climax. It's nice that this is a level 1 that is swinging not crazy strong. It's on the weaker end of modern level 1s. But with a climax, it gets up to 7. There's so much power pump in Uma. I don't think green is worth playing at level 1 in this set. But maybe in future sets, if you're someone that cares about top check knowledge and trigger fixing, this is not a bad card. I do not think this is a good card. I think this just appeals to certain types of players, and that is why it's being mentioned. I know I should stop repeating that because I know I've said that a lot in this video, but that is what I feel like a lot of the cards in Uma are. They're not necessarily good cards on their own, but there are a lot of cards that fit different types of play styles. And for anyone who maybe is in more of a Weiss bubble, not everyone just plays copy and paste the most meta topping decks from JP. There's a lot of people that kind of just have their own rhythm and their own thing, and they play a certain way and have different priorities. And Uma seems to be a set that is just filled with the type of cards, in my opinion, that appeal to those types of players that have a wide variety of play styles. Next, we have the Starry Lightship Hoko Torame. When this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, if there's a climax in your climax area, you may put the top card of your deck into your stock. It'd be nice if she gained power. She'll be 6k, assuming you have a 1k1 climax. You should be able to get 1 lane generally at level 1 where you're going to be able to get a reverse with a 6k. Nothing wrong with it. Stock charting is nice. It would be better if she was a different color, mostly because Sewon Uma doesn't have a lot to offer with green. I would like it if it was red or even yellow. Blue it might be too good, to be honest, because there's a lot of good blue level 1 combos. Green probably needs this the most just because that doesn't have a lot going on at level 1, but no one should play green at level 1 because it just isn't amazing. But Uma green would get a little bit better with set 2, I guess. Just on its own at face value, though, aside from being a little weak even with a climax, there's nothing wrong with this card. There's never anything wrong with just stock charging yourself. Next, we have this Technology Agnes Tachyon. Oh, I see what they did there. That was clever. When this card is placed on stage from hand, look at up to 2 cards from top of deck. Put them on top of deck in the original order. You may shuffle your deck afterwards. Very interesting effect. It's nice that it's not an attack. It's nice that you get the top check 2 knowledge in main phase because you could maybe set up brainstorms. Even though you can't change the order, it can help determine your order of attack. And it's nice that maybe you're in a situation where you can't or don't want to brainstorm, but you can shuffle your deck afterwards. That's pretty interesting. We really don't see that sort of thing very often. There are definitely, I think the fact that it is pretty flexible with what you can do with it and the knowledge that it gives, I think just alone that first effect is pretty decent. Its second effect is when it's placed on stage from hand, it gets 1500 power until end of turn. So it's another one of those effects that just gives power. I think green, again, just doesn't have a lot going on for it, so this is not necessarily a bad card for green. If you're playing a different color, especially blue, this card might be, first of all, blue's got enough going on where you don't really need this, but at the same time blue has so much going on where this card would make blue even better. So I guess this helps because green so far at level 1 is easily the worst color in Uma. But At face value, I think the first effect is actually very strong because of the knowledge it provides, as well as the option to just shuffle your deck. Sure, you could shuffle your deck. Maybe you look, you see two climaxes, but you don't want to brainstorm. Shuffle your deck, and you still got two climaxes on top because Weiss is Weiss, and that type of thing happens. But you know what? If you were definitely going to trigger them before, at least you're giving yourself a chance to get them back into a different part of your deck where you can cancel with them later, hopefully. Next, we have this wild Top Gear vodka. You should not be flying a plane while drinking vodka, but who am I to judge? When this card is placed on stage from hand, if you have another Uma character, she gets 2,000 power until end of turn. I'm so tired of saying gains power till end of turn with this set video. Anyway, during the turn, she's placed on stage from hand. When she attacks, you may pay 1, ditch 2, search your deck for 2 Uma characters, show them to your opponent, add them to hand, shuffle your deck. I love double drop searcher profiles. I wish this was a level 0. If this was a level 0, this card would be infinitely better. I love playing them as level 0s. Green, this is a great card for green, but green is still not good enough for me to play at level 1. But in future Uma sets, potentially, I think this is something to just keep in mind for future Uma sets. And if you are playing like green at level 1 right now, you should throw some of this into it. Throw 2 or 3 copies of it. You don't have much else to do anyway. It's winning decently enough, especially 7k with a climax wouldn't be bad. And double drop searches are still good at level 1 as long as the color of your deck works. So yeah, nothing wrong with that. Next, we have this Murmuring Stream Super Creek. Wow, Stream and Creek, that's clever. Man, I love the names for this set. They're so creative and clever. If there's a marker underneath this card and you have 2 or more other Uma characters, this card gets 3k power. And then she has another effect that if you have 2 or more other Uma characters, she gets 2k power. So if you meet the first condition, and well, you meet both conditions, I guess, as long as you have the marker. This card can get big is the point. This card also has the Inspire mechanic. So I think in red, if you care about power and markers, this card's not bad. I don't think it's necessarily good enough to see play, but I like the fact that the power is cross turn. If you meet both power conditions, this thing is 8/5 cross turn because it's not limited to just your turn, and I think 8/5 cross turn on a 1/0, that's actually not bad. Definitely pretty strong. I think it is kind of weak if you only meet the second condition. At that point, it's just a 5/5. At that point, you would probably just want to use it to marker itself to something at that point rather than really. I guess you just have to swing it if you can't do that, or just leave it in the back row for later. But if you meet both conditions, there's nothing wrong with a 1/0 8/5. Not good enough to really see much play, but if you're heavy into markers and you got red at level 1, this might be something you're interested in. I think as people could see, I'm sort of just scraping the bottom of the barrel because the level 1s really are nothing special outside of the climax combos. We are going to see a really good level 1 card up ahead, but like so far, if I kind of just didn't throw in some stuff, we would have just really talked about like 2 cards, and I felt like that was unfair to people who wanted to play various colors for Uma. So I'm just trekking through it. Next, we have a card that I do think is actually really funny, even if it's not going to see much play. I did laugh when I see it when I first read it. It's this Frontline Elegance Meijiro McQueen, Lightning's cousin or something. Hey, Lightning McQueen races and the Horse Girls race, so maybe they really are distantly related. Maybe Disney will do a mashup with whatever company owns Umamusume. Anyway, when this card is placed on stage from hand, you actually you're forced to do it, put the top 6 cards of your deck into your waiting room, and if a copy of this card is among those cards, draw up to 2 cards. So this card is a coin flip Pot of Greed, and Pot of Greed is amazing for anyone who's familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh! It's funny. It's a funny card. There are going to be I'm not going to tell people that they should absolutely be running this card if they're playing blue, especially blue at level 1. I'm saying that it's a card that when it hits, you're going to feel so great until you draw two climaxes, obviously. But when it hits, it's going to feel very strong. And when it doesn't hit, you have a awesome 500 attacker to attack with. However, even if it doesn't hit, it does go through six cards of your deck, and I could easily imagine there being situations where you just sort of need deck speed, and six cards for free is kind of a lot. Obviously, if you are playing this card, you're probably just going to max out on the number of copies of it, which has disadvantages. That you're playing four copies of this level 1 500 card, but when it hits, it's going to feel really strong. It's going to be really funny. Obviously, this card would feel better when you're in sort of a compressed deck and have been keeping track of where your McQueens are, and you've been lucky enough that you still got some of them in your deck. Then that would feel pretty strong. But yeah, it is what it is. It's a funny card. Probably won't see much play. I'm not saying it should see much play, but it definitely gave me a chuckle, and I could see people playing this for the memes. And sometimes this card is legitimately good. Next, we have this modern fashionista, Tosin Jordan. I don't know. She kind of seems to be wearing the same type of dress that every other girl in this franchise wears. So I don't know what kind of fashionista she really is, but who am I to judge? During your turn, she gets 500 power for each of your other Uma characters, and when her battle opponent becomes reversed, you may choose one of your Uma characters and return it to your hand. This is an effect that we have seen pop up a decent amount over the last couple of years, I'd say, where for as long as you get a reversed, you can return something to hand for free. It's a nice way to maybe loop your level 1 combo. It's a great way, though, to just as long as you get the reversed, you don't have to pay a cost. You just get a free card back to attack with next turn, or even clock with the following turn. It is still kind of weak, even if you have a full board. It's only 5k. If you're playing the stock soul level 1 combo, this thing's not going to get any other power, so it's still only 5k. But I think a lot of the time, 5k is enough in the modern game to just be able to get over something. Of course, that is with a full board. You may not have a full board, and then it's even weaker. I don't expect this card to see a ton of play, but I know there are people who like this profile, and it's not necessarily bad. It's one of those, again, it's not good, it's not bad, it falls somewhere in between. Unlike a lot of the cards I've given that analogy to, I think this falls kind of just squarely in the middle. I don't think it's closer to bad. I don't think it's closer to good. I think it's perfectly fine for what it is, and it's just a, all right card. Next, we have this off the line Mejiro Dober. During your turn, if you have another Uma character, she gets plus 3000 power. Pretty easy to meet that condition. During the turn that she's placed on stage from hand, when she attacks, if there's a marker underneath her, choose one Uma character in your waiting room and return it to hand. She also has the Inspire mechanic attached to her. I mean, this is basically just a stockless, essentially drop salvager, except you gotta wait till you attack. I think there's nothing wrong with this card. I think it's in a good color for Uma, because blue, again, will be very popular. You're just trading a card for a card, but you're getting a lot of selectivity out of it. It's good that she herself has the Inspire mechanic. I think she's one of those cards that's not good, not bad, but if you're playing a deck heavy on markers, she's closer to good for sure. I do not dislike this card at all. Even though I don't like the marker mechanic of Inspire, I can see why this card would be good if you're running blue at level 1. And the fact that she has Inspire makes her good throughout the course of the game. It gives you flexibility if you're very heavy into markers, and she is swinging at a reasonable power, and she doesn't need a reverse like some of the other level 1s we've looked at that have this sort of trade a marker for a card effect. And so with that power line, and the fact she has Inspire, and the fact that she doesn't need a reverse, she just needs to attack, I think that is actually pretty decent. Next, we have actually a very good card. This is the second of 3 cards that is on the current JP ban list for Uma. It's one of the 3 cards on their choice list. So she has the Inspire mechanic attached to her. And she also has an effect that when she's placed on stage from hand, if you have two or more other Uma characters, you may discard two cards. If you do, draw up to two characters. So how this works is you discard the two cards, you draw two cards, show them to your opponent, and if there are no for any non-character, you have to get rid of them immediately. So this could neg you a lot, but it could plus you. I'm just kidding. They just printed it wrong because Bushiroad doesn't like to read the cards. It's not supposed to say draw up to two characters. It's supposed to say draw up to two cards. They misprinted and this card's gonna have to be errata because to be honest, it sucks without the errata. But this card is supposed to read, and I'm sure they will errata it to say draw up to two cards. Um, they may errata it where it's just a public errata on their website. They may do an exchange program. They have so many erratas. The vast majority of them do not get an exchange program because God forbid Bushiroad learn how to read. Bushiroad has been on such a roll this year specifically with the raw text they put on cards. We've had multiple cards in 2026 where they put the raw name of the climax combo on cards, stuff like that. I don't know what's going on with them. We're going to assume that very soon they're going to errata it to say draw up to two cards. And if so, this card's fantastic. Really great card. It's in a good color for Uma right now. The Inspire mechanic is good, especially in blue, especially at level 1. And the sort of hand filtering and potential hand fixing you get out of this card is absolutely insane. The fact that it's an uncommon is kind of crazy. Really strong card. Just trade two. If it was discard two characters, it would still be good, but it would be worse. The fact that you can get climaxes you don't want out of your hand and just potentially draw cards you do want, but even just getting them out of your hand and staying neutral and not having to spend stock to do it is just very, very strong. This is a really great card. This is a type of card that, in my opinion, it shouldn't even be 3K. Now, 3K power is not a lot of power on a level 1. It's still pretty weak, but this is the type of card that should honestly have like 500 power, like that other blue 1/0 we looked at. This card shouldn't even have 3K power. If it had 500 power, it would still be a really good card. I expect a lot of people are going to play this. This is just a strong card. I like it a lot. I'm sure a lot of people will like it a lot. And that will be it for the notable level 1s of the set. A good chunk of them kind of still felt like almost like filler, but there are niche things for them. Again, there are other level 1s within the set. I'm not mentioning them because they're so many of them are just variations of on play give power, on attack give power. They're not really worth mentioning. Of course, I could have always missed something, and if that did happen, I apologize. But those are sort of just the highlights, quote unquote. Moving on to the notable level 2s for the set, I think we've only got 6, 7, 8, something like that. Here again, not too many 2s worth talking about. There are plenty of level 2s you could pick from that are not listed here. These are just some highlights, and even some of the highlights, I'm going to be honest, are a little standard, but they're worth mentioning. First, we've got the Shooting Star Revu Fuji Kisake. When she's placed on stage from hand, you may put the top 3 cards of your deck into your waiting room. If there's a climax among them, choose a level 3 or lower character in your opponent's center stage and put it into waiting room. It's an effect we've seen a million times, nothing wrong with it. It also has another effect where when it gets reversed, if its battle opponent's level is higher than your opponent's current level, you may stock bomb it. So it's got the chance for double removal, nothing wrong with that. Decent enough profile all around. Now we have this hard-working pessimist Meisho Doto. She looks so sad. When she's placed on stage from hand, I guess it's because she's a pessimist. When she's placed on stage from hand, look at up to 3 cards from the top of your deck. Choose up to 1 card from among them. Put it into your hand. Put the rest into a waiting room. Choose 1 card in your hand and discard it. So that's essentially like, an on play level 0. That would be a pay 1, discard, look at top 3, add a card, which is something we've already looked at. Except this card does have another effect, which is when its battle opponent becomes reversed. If its battle opponent's level is higher than your opponent's current level, you may clock swap it. So it is a chance for a little bit of hand fixing, a little bit of digging, a little bit of hand filtering, while also dealing with problematic probably early plays on your opponent's board. This is something that's like a one of maybe in certain decks. It's not like a must-have one of in every single deck that you're gonna build for Uma. But if the colors fit, it does have a purpose. Next is this Meister Shaft Eischen Flash. She's a memory kick backup. That's all really. 3K memory kick backup. There's a couple of cards with great performance in this set. Memory kick backups aren't anything special, but it's important that sets have them. This set has it. You're welcome. This one is Jokester Vibes Tosin Jordan. This is an anti-change backup. Nothing crazy. It's a good anti-change backup though because it has one of my favorite costs. Very often we see anti-change backups where they do cost a lot, whether it's a lot of hand or a lot of stock. This is one of the types of anti-change backups that I think originated with the Amelia backup from ReZero, which is it spreads its cost around multiple places. So it's a pay one, ditch one, and sack a character. The Saka character is pretty irrelevant because you're going to be using this on early plays. If you're using this on an early play, one of your characters was going to die anyway, so nothing's changing there. The ditch one and the pay one is pretty negligible too. I much prefer these types of ones to pay two or ditch two sort of ones. Anti-change backup should play one of it just in case. Good card. Next up, we have this Edo Lightning Anari 1. During your turn, she gets 2,000 power for each of your Umamusume characters, which is pretty strong, especially for a 2-1. I mean, 2K is a lot. I don't think I realized it was 2K when I first read it. That's why I'm a little taken aback. So she'll be huge if you have a full board. And during the turn she's placed on stage from hand, when her battle opponent becomes reversed, you may pay the cost up to 2 times. Perform the following action X times. Choose one character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. X is equal to the number of times you paid the cost for this ability. The cost is to put one marker from underneath her into your waiting room. So what this would basically mean is that you would sort of have to have a double inspire thing going on. You would have to have a card with inspire. You would then have to play something else that has inspire, and you marker the first, I guess you would marker the first card to the second card, and then the second card that has inspire, you would play this out, and then you would use the inspire on the second card that already has a marker to put itself and its marker underneath this card. This is sort of a way to just get a giant body on board that also essentially one stock. This is a one stock salvage 2. Now again, if you do the salvage both times, you aren't actually plussing hand because you did have to use 2 characters to get back 2 characters. But drop salvagers are pay 1 ditch 1, and we all like them. This is pay 1 ditch 2. Essentially pay 1 ditch 2. You're just is rather than discarding them from your hand, you're discarding them from her marker area. Not a bad card if you really need some extreme selectivity. Maybe you had a rough game and you're not set up for level 3. This can get you 2 out of your 3 level 3 combo pieces while being a really big character. I guess the reason, now that I think about it, why she needs to gain 2,000 power for each of your other characters is because you need to use at least 2 cards to fully maximize the value of her effect. You're probably taking them from your stage, so it's hard to maintain a board when you're taking 2 characters already from your board and markering them underneath her. But it's a decent enough card as like a one of maybe in a red deck. Next we have this Elegant Empress Air Groove. She gets 1,500 power for each of your other characters, so she'll be pretty big with a full board. And when this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, you may pay the cost, which is to put 2 markers from underneath this card into your waiting room. If you do, put up to 3 cards from the top of your deck into your stock. You are essentially just trading hand for stock. That's all this card is. But there are some finishers where there's going to be situations where you might be hand heavy, stock light, so to speak. And this card is good. I think this card is a decent one of. If you are splashing in green, I would not splash in green just to play this card. But there are certain builds that they might value the stock over the hand if they're playing certain combos, and it might just be worth it to them. It's an interesting card. It's not a good card. It's not a bad card. It's a niche card that works in some decks and does not matter at all in other decks. And even in the decks where it does work well, it's still a card that you're not going to use all the time because you just won't need to, or maybe you're just not set up to do it. But as long as you're aware of that and you can play around it, I think it's a card that does have some value. Next, we have this authentic 1928 Gold City. If you have 2 or more other Uma characters, she gets plus 8,000 power, so she will be 10-5 if you meet that very easy condition. And when she's placed on stage from hand, she gets the following abilities until the end of your opponent's turn. During your opponent's turn, she gets 2,000 power, and she has great performance. So during your opponent's turn, she'll be 12-5 before any other sort of buffs, with great performance. For anyone unfamiliar, great performance. They used to print what great performance means on the card, but that took up a lot of text, so they stopped doing that. Great performance refers to a character who has, when they have great performance, while they're in the middle position of your center stage, and the character is not reversed. All of your opponent's characters that attack that middle position center stage character with great performance, and they must attack it, and they must frontal. They cannot side as long as that character is not reversed and has great performance. This card is not a card that's necessarily necessary, not to be redundant, in a lot of Uma builds, but I know that there are a lot of people that get a kick out of using great performance cards with memory kick backups, and just clearing an opponent's lane to memory. There are decks where it's really important that you have clear boards. I don't think Uma is necessarily something where that is as important, but there are people who like to scratch that particular itch, and this is a really good card for 1 stock to do that. Next, we have this Next Dream event. This is money counters. If you have 5 or more Uma characters, choose 1 character in battle. It gets the following ability. Until end of turn, this card cannot deal damage to a player. You also choose one of your characters and give it 1,500 power until end of turn. It's a full field money counter. Unfortunately, unlike with old SAO and some other stuff, we don't often get less than full field money counters anymore. Money counters are still good. Full field money counters, not quite so good. They still have a place. There are certain decks that can use them well. You're always susceptible to your opponent bouncing something, which you really can't do anything about most of the time, or if you just can't clear lanes and you maybe have to crash. Still, it's nice that this set does have it. I'd rather they have it than not have it. And some decks can use this well. Some Uma decks from set 1 and set 2, they are more hand heavy than stock heavy, and they just don't require stock to use them. So it's reasonable to, after doing your finisher turn, you got this left in your hand, you just built up 3 stock for attacking 3 times, and you could use this the following turn so long as you still have a full field. It's something that some people really appreciate. Some people just won't color fix for it, or they just don't like that it's a full field condition and your opponent can just bounce something. I think it's a decent card. It's nice to have the options. It's there. Next, we have a card that is actually really, really good. This is the 3rd card that is on the choice list for JP Uma. It is this 2/0 Tracen Director Yayoi Akikawa. If your memory is 2 or less cards, put this card into your memory. That sigh was not because of the card. I'm just getting tired of some of these names. Sorry, this video, I think I'm on day 5 of recording this video. It is just dragging its hooves a little bit. If your memory has 2 or less cards, put this card into your memory. Then it has multiple effects depending on what you want to do and how many copies of this card are in your memory. The first effect is you could put this card from your memory into your waiting room. If you do, you choose a character in your waiting room and return it to your hand. Or you could put this card and another copy of this card from your memory into your waiting room and deal 2 damage to your opponent. Or you could put this card and 2 other copies of this card from your memory into your waiting room, deal 3 damage to your opponent, choose one of your characters, and that character gets plus 3,000 power until end of turn. This card is really, really strong. At worst, At absolute worst, this is just trading a card for a card. It is a stockless way to salvage anything in your waiting room, and you can do it immediately. You don't have to wait until your main phase, like we see on some events or whatever. You can just, as soon as you're level 2, you can just use this, send this to memory, immediately put it from your memory into your waiting room to salvage any character. Nothing wrong with that effect. That's perfectly good. Where this card shines, I think, is the fact that you do have flexibility, but you can also deal damage in your main phase. I think it's really easy to get 2 copies of this into your memory and to deal 2. Personally, I don't really think it's worth it to get 3 copies of this card into your memory and just to get a burn 3. I think a burn 3 is pretty close to a burn 2. Because I'm good at math and I understand how numbers work. I think if you are able to get 3 copies into memory, you would probably just want to use 1 to salvage something and use the other 2 to get a single burn 2. But to each his own. You can also just, if you do happen to have 4 copies of this at level 2, even though you can only have 2 or less cards in your memory in order to send this to memory, you can just use 2 copies of this, then send them, those 2 copies from memory to waiting room, burn 2, use the other 2 copies because now your memory is all freed up, and get another burn 2. I think that's going to be a little tough to do, getting full 4 copies, but I think it's very easy to get 2 copies of this. And maybe you're in a position where you don't even want a burn 2, you just want 2 salvages, 2 stockless salvages of any character, no level requirement. Very strong. This is a really great card. It did see a lot of play in JP. It doesn't see as much play anymore, but it still is a good card. There's a reason why it is on their choice list. It's just a very, very strong card. We don't have a choice list in English, so this card can just run rampant along with the other cards that are on JP's choice list. I think not much more to say. I think it really speaks for itself, and I spoke enough for it. Solid, strong card. If you ever get 2 burn 2s off of this, I don't see how you don't win the game, unless you don't attack that turn, because that's really strong. But being able to get a burn 2 potentially and just a free salvage just feels really good. That will be it for the level 2s. Moving on to the level 3s. Moving on to the notable level 3s, I think we definitely have some better things to look at when compared to the level 1s and the level 2s that we talked about, aside from the 2 level 1 and level 2s that we looked at that were on the JP choice list, because those cards are just really awesome. I don't know if there's anything here that's quite as good as those cards, but we still got a good selection to choose from. Starting off, we have this Dear Mr. CB, Mr. CB. This set loves to be redundant with its naming. This card gets -1 level while in your hand. That is a constant effect. It does not require any condition whatsoever except to be in your hand. If you have 2 or more other Uma characters, it gets 3k power, so 11k cross turn, not bad. Pretty easy condition to meet. When it's placed on stage from hand, you may heal 1. Pretty good. If you are level 2 or lower, when this card is placed on stage from hand, you may rest 2 characters. If you do not, put this card into your waiting room. So that is why this card gets -1 level constantly without needing to meet a condition, because it's very easy for this card to just go bye-bye. However, I think it's pretty easy for this card to not be bye-bye. I'm going to stop talking like that. I think this is not the greatest healer we've ever seen. It is far from the worst healer, though. Set 2 will bring about a better healer. I think, though, if you are playing yellow, I think as long as you can accept the fact that you are not going to be brainstorming that turn, you get a really massive wall that you can brain out at any point in time, because it's always going to be -a level, and it'll heal. And yeah, I think for right now it's good enough. I like what they were going for. I like that they changed in exchange for not having a real -1 level condition. It does give you another condition that does have a steep cost if you don't meet it. But yeah, I think it's perfectly fine. I don't dislike it. I understand why a lot of people wouldn't like it. You are going to have games where you just do not have a full back row, and in those games, you're either going to be sacrificing an attack just to rest something that you were planning to attack with, or you're just not going to be playing this out, and that is going to feel pretty bad. You know, it gets the -1 level, but it's not like you save any stock. I think this card would be insane if it was this effect, but it was a stock healer. I think then maybe it's worth it. But it's still, I think, fine enough on its own. For now until we get set 2, it's good enough. Next up, we have this Formula R, last name I'm not going to even try to go for. When she attacks, choose one of your other Uma characters, and it gets 2,000 power till end of turn. It's also an a Musashi, so during the turn it's placed on stage from hand. When damage dealt by this card is cancelled, put the top card of your deck into waiting room and deal X damage to your opponent. X is equal to the level of that card plus 1. It's a decent off finisher. This is an effect we've seen a million times before. It's not special. It's not necessarily bad. If you can't triple your climax combo at level 3, there's nothing wrong with just throwing out a copy of this. It's probably not going to be the card that wins you the game or anything like that. But it's better than just having a vanilla swing in the third lane. At least you have a chance to deal some extra damage with this. Next, we have this El Numero 1 El Condor Pasa. During the main phase, when this card is placed on stage from your hand, this card gets plus 2,000 power until end of turn and reveal the top card of your deck. If that card is an Uma character, put it in any position of your stage. That first effect is like absolutely hilarious. The fact that like you can just high roll your way into like a level 3 combo or something, you're gonna miss on play effects if you do that. But like if you're playing a level 3 combo that doesn't require a marker, the fact that like as long as you're willing to give up your on play effect, you could just get it out is just so funny. It does have an off finisher effect, which is when it attacks, if there's a marker underneath this card, and you have another Uma character, you may discard 1, and then it's an Icy Tail for 4. So mill bottom 4 cards of your opponent's deck, and then burn X. X is equal to the number of climaxes. I think this is an interesting off finisher. I think that this card probably, because it doesn't need a marker, you're going to be playing the marker mechanic anyway, so ideally you'd probably, if you're playing the marker mechanic, you're probably playing the marker mechanic at level 3 as well as other points in the game. You probably don't want to reveal a level 3 combo piece from the top of your deck. However, if you're playing the inspire mechanic, you probably are playing a lot of cards that have the inspire mechanic. It's not unreasonable to think, depending on how many you're playing, that you could reveal a card from the top of your deck that has the inspire mechanic with it, and then you just play it from the top of your deck to your stage. At that point, you have another card that can be used as a marker while still having a reasonably costed off finisher. This card is very similar to other off finishers we've seen in the past, like the what's her name? The Alexia? No, not Alexia. Eminence and Shadow recently got this, where it's a ditch 2 to mill bottom 4 burn X, just like this card. We've got the Modernia from Nikkei, which is ditch 2, Icy Tail 4 burn X. This card is essentially a ditch 2 because it does require a marker, so that instead of discarding the second card, you're using it as a marker. It's effectively the same thing. It's a decent enough off finisher. It's not going to be seen in every deck. A lot of decks aren't splashing in enough yellow to make it worth it. But I think if you're someone, there are plenty of players who get concerned about not being able to tri-field a combo. I think if you have like a stock intensive finisher, there's nothing wrong with playing something like this just as a backup in case you don't meet the stock thresholds to triple your combo. And something like the special week level 3 choice combo we looked at, which is pay 2, or the, can't remember her name, but the red combo that's on reverse burn 1. If you have a marker, pay 2 ditch 1, burn 3 as well. Those are very heavy stock costs. You might not always be able to triple it, so this is something you could have in the third lane that still it decompresses your opponent, as well as giving you a chance to do some damage, and give you a character on your board for free, which isn't terrible. It's a decent card that won't show up a lot, but I'm still glad that it does exist. Next, we have this Mighty Photographia TM Opera Zero. Whatever happened to like just being named Sally or Kim or Miranda, or just a normal what are all these titles and these Mighty Photographia TM Opera Zero? I mean, Jesus Christ, get to the point already. Oh man, recording this video is taking me so long to record. I've turned into like a grumpy old man on my porch just reading these names. Anyway, this is actually not a bad card. I do like this card. If you have 4 more other Uma characters, this card gets -1 level while in your hand. If there's a marker underneath this card and you have another Uma character, this card gets 2500 power. It also has great performance. It's so funny. We talked about a great performance card at level 2, and they did not bother printing the text on that to explain what great performance was. But on this card, in the same exact set, they did print the text of what great performance does. Bushiroad, where is the consistency? Either print the text or don't print the text. This card, anyway, this card gets great performance. We're off to a good start. This card so far, I like it a lot. And then it has another effect, which is when this card's battle opponent becomes reversed, you may pay 1, ditch 1. If you do, burn 1. What's fantastic about this is it is not limited to your turn. What's great about this is this card has great performance, and it's going to be sitting as long as you have a marker underneath it and have another character. This card is going to be sitting at 11k, which is reasonably big, and then you could always back it up. We have seen this sort of profile. We've seen this profile before. Things like the Futaba from Bunny Girl 1, which was a 12-5, great performance. When it gets reversed at any time, pay 1, ditch 1, burn 1. This is like that with extra steps. I guess the reason why this has extra steps in order to get all that is because you can early play it, and there is a benefit to early playing it. Uma doesn't necessarily need something at level 2 to be guaranteeing that you get clear boards on your following turn, but we have 2 good great performance options that we can be bringing out at level 2 that will have great performance, and this one is even like a good off finisher. The Futaba from Bunny Girl Set 1 was good at its time. I think this card is still perfectly decent. The worst thing about it might be the color, but I still think it's a decent card. Decent off finisher. I like it come out early. It could be a little bit stronger, but if you back it up, I think that's good enough. It just got to change that name. That name is ridiculous. Next up, we have this Festival Sunshine Kita-san Black. During your turn, she gets 2k power, so she'll be 12k. When she attacks, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an Uma character, burn X to your opponent. X is equal to the level of that character. So this is like a very cheap off finisher. The only real downside is it whiffs on climaxes, it whiffs on events, and it only burns to the level, which means if you reveal a level 0 character, it will burn 0. But, again, maybe you just can't Tri-Field level 3 combo. You just need something that has a chance of burning. I'm not saying it's a great option. I'm saying it is an option you can do. And, sometimes you'll high roll and you'll just hit like a level 2 or a level 3. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think this card could work well as like a one of and like standby as an off finisher. They play a lot of level 1s, level 2s and level 3s to begin with, more than the average generally. So I think like this just has a higher chance to hit. And you don't have to hard play this from your hand. You can just stand by it out. I'm not saying it's ideal. I'm saying those are just options you could do. It feels like a trial deck card, and it is a trial deck card. It's one of those cards I'm not really going to play, but I can see why someone might want to try it out. And sometimes this card is going to put in work that it probably has no business being able to do, but it will. And that's cool. Next, we have this Step, Smile, Wink, Tokai Teo. Could have just been named her Tokai Teo. When this card's placed on stage from hand, you may pay the cost, which is pay 1. If you do, you stock swap your opponent. So they send all their stock into their waiting room, and then the same number of cards go from the top of their deck into their stock. Stock swap, we love stock swap. Stock swap is good. The next 2 Uma sets are going to have more stock swaps in different colors, so we have something to look forward to. This one, though, also has another effect, which is when it attacks, you may pay 1, discard a copy of this card to burn 1. I don't think it's going to come up a ton, but it does incentivize people to play more than 1 copy of this, and it's a decent enough off finisher. I think that was very smart on Bushiroad's part, because very often when we see stock swaps, most of the time they require 3 stock to use them. And so what that means is very often you're probably, if you're using a stock swap during an average game, you're going to have to sacrifice one of your lanes for your level 3 combo. You just won't have the stock to tri-field your level 3 combo and stock swap because that's typically just too much stock. And then you're just going to vanilla swing with your stock swap most of the time in the third lane. This is a way where you could potentially, as long as you have another copy of itself, you could do stock swap, get 2 lanes off, and then still have an off finisher in the third lane. She's red, so she works well in 8 door decks. So it's likely that maybe you could trigger a door and get back a copy of her. I don't think that second effect is going to come up a ton, but I do think it's nice that she does have it. It means that she's not necessarily just going to be a vanilla beater. Sometimes you will just have the second copy, and at least you get a burn 1 out of her. Next, we have this enchantment, Symboli Ravioli. Symboli Rudolph. I'm not sure which one is Symboli Rudolph because there's 2 girls, but they're both pretty, so who cares? If your waiting room is 2 or less climax, this card gets -1 level while in your hand. When she's placed on stage from hand, draw up to 2 cards. Choose 2 cards in your hand, put them into your waiting room, and put up to 1 card from the top of your deck into your stock. So very cheap early play. And then she has an effect. When she attacks, you may pay 1, ditch 1. If you do, she gets 2k power and the following ability till end of turn. When our battle opponent becomes reverse, burn 1. So she is a reasonably costed off finisher that swings pretty big, which is good because it needs the reverse, but it also can come out early. I think this card is perfectly acceptable. I do not dislike this card at all. I'm not saying it's going to show up a ton, but I think it probably didn't need to be a double rare, even in 2023. But I definitely don't dislike this card. I do think this is a good card. Works well in red. Not much more to say. It's a decent all finisher. We have a good chunk of those. Next, we have this Trace-In Reception Tazuna Hayakawa. It's a 3-0 event that says you can't use it if you have 2 or less Uma characters, but as long as you meet its condition, you rest one of your Uma characters, and if you do, look at up to 11 cards from the top of your deck, choose up to 1 Uma character from among them, play it onto your stage, put it onto any position of your stage, and the rest of the cards go to waiting room. I know a lot of people think this card is just like a meme card. I can say that I have played a version of this card in Makeen an absolute ton. The only difference is that is a 3-1 that doesn't require you to rest something, but this one doesn't use any stock, so it's pretty good. And the one from Makeen is look at up to 15 cards. Now, when I started playing the one from Makeen, I played it as a joke because I thought it was a funny card and I was just memeing around. I, to this day, play 4 copies of that card in my best Makeen deck because that card is absolutely awesome. The deck speed, 15 is huge. 11, this one is 11, not 15, like the one from Makeen. 11 is close enough to 15. Being able to just get out your level 3 combo for, in this case, no stock is absolutely huge. Now, the downside to this card is that this card does not have good synergy with a lot of the level 3 combos in Uma, which makes it an interesting choice for why they printed it in Uma, because a lot of the level 3 combos require a marker, and because you are not placing the card from your hand to your stage, you cannot use the Inspire mechanic that we've talked about so much with this set, because it's going straight from your deck technically to your stage, so you can't use Inspire with that. There are some finishers in Uma Set 1 that don't require a marker, so this card is good with those finishers. You will still miss any on-play effects that those finishers might have. I think this card gets better with future sets, especially Cinderella Gray. But I don't think it's a bad card. It's a weird fit for Uma, but I still think it's a good card. There are going to be the things you could do because of this card. If you are playing one of the finishers that does not require a marker, the stock that you save on this card can be very helpful. You can use it for brainstorms. You could use it for stock swaps. You just have more options because of it. And I think that is very strong. We looked at the level 0 blue card earlier. I forgot its name, but it was the one that's on play, pay 1, ditch 1, look at top 3, add a card, but it also had another effect that was shuffle 2 cards from your waiting room. Sorry, shuffle 2 characters from your waiting room back into your deck. That has good synergy with this because if the card you want to summon is in your waiting room, you could shuffle it back into your deck. You could use this card. 11 really is a huge number. You at the time that you're level 3, between the cards in your stock and the cards in your hand, cards in your level, the any cards in your clock, you should have like a deck where 11 is a huge chunk of that deck. So as long as you are making sure you are getting those level 3 combo pieces back into your deck and they're not getting stuck in your stock or stuck in your waiting room, which as we just discussed, you can get around that. I think it's very easy to be seeing the piece you need off of it, as long as you are not playing a level 3 combo that requires the marker mechanic. I think just that safe stock is very, very strong. I know a lot of people are never going to play this card, but I think it does have value in certain decks. Again, it's just kind of weird they printed this in Uma because Uma has such a heavy focus on markers. Even with set 2, there's still a pretty heavy focus on markers. It's really not till we get to Cinderella Gray where the marker mechanic is almost non-existent. That will be it for the level 3s for this set. I think we got a good variety. Most of them are all finishers. It would be nice if we just had more and better early play healers, but what we have now I think is good enough. Set 2, it will get a little bit better, not a little bit better. It will get a lot better with set 2 in terms of early play healers. But we got like a good variety of all finishers. We got a stock swap. We'll get stock swaps in more colors in the future for Uma. At least one more color when we get set 2. So I think there are a good number of off finishers and a variety of colors to choose from. And our level 3 game is pretty solid, I would say. Moving on to the collectability portion of Uma, I would say Umamusume is very much, while it is a very playable set, it's definitely a set that does appeal to collectors because there are so many different characters that are represented within this. Again, I never played the mobile game. I never finished season 1 of the anime, and I'm only like 5 or 6 episodes into Cinderella Gray. So I do not know most of the characters. I really only know Guri, who is best girl by far. I know that will never change. And anyway, um, this set is kind of for the collectors. There's so many different characters. There are 70 SPs in this set. I mean, Hololive already, for example, is a set or two sets that had a massive number of SPs in them. And this just absolutely destroys that with 70. Now, on the plus side, even though there are 70 different SPs in the set, which the collectors are going to want SPs of their favorite horse girls and all that stuff, you get 9 in a case. 9 is a good number. You know, in the past, we have seen sets like Hololive 1 and 2 give more than the average number of SPs in a set, but it wasn't 9. We've seen Azure give more than the typical number, but it still wasn't 9. 9 is a good chunk. When you break down, yes, the odds of you actually getting the SP that you want still aren't great. But because you're getting 9 out of 70, the odds actually aren't so different from a lot of sets where you just get like a normal 2 to 3 SPs in a set, but the set has like a far smaller SP count. It's not like too far off. Yes, it's still lower, but it's not insane. I will say, even though a lot of the SPs are going to be cheap because you get so many of them, and a lot of them people aren't going to want. Similar to Hololive, it will mean that a lot of the SPs are going to be like $50 or so. Now, there are also other cards that you might want to get, namely OFRs. There are 27 OFRs within the set. We'll just take a look here. We've got an example of what an OFR looks like on the left, and we have an example of what the SPs look like on the right. Now, I don't want to like crap on the SPs or anything. If anyone's ever watched my deck profiles, they probably see that I got a lot of nice SPs in a lot of my decks. I don't like the way these SPs look. I think they have that really bad sort of CGI style art to them. I think even though people wanted to collect SPs from Hololive, for example, Hololive also for sets 1 and 2 for the normal SPs have this same sort of just CGI-ish art that's not too detailed or anything like that. And most people don't really like that sort of art. I mean, some of them are better than others for sure, and sometimes you don't really care. And some people do like the style, and that's perfectly fine. But with those sets specifically, there was also an SSP rarity where you would get a much better design on the card. The art would be much more stunning. Uma does not have those in set one. It only has this one type of style. I'm not saying I am an advocate for let's put even more higher rarity cards into a set. I think the only disappointing thing is the fact that the quote unquote money cards kind of just don't look amazing. Now, I think the OFRs, all the OFRs in the set, they look like the card on the left there. And I think that art is stunning. Now, unfortunately, the OFRs, most of them are not going to have too much value to them. You do get, from reports of people that have been opening it, you do get 8 or 9 in a case. I've seen people say 9. I've seen other people say 8. It seems like some people are getting 8, some people are getting 9. But I have pretty much seen everyone that's opened and reported on it say that you get 9 SPs in a case. So I will say that makes the opening experience feel a lot more fun, even if a lot of the cards, a lot of the SPs aren't going to be as valuable, as valuable, and a lot of the OFRs aren't going to be as valuable. I think just from an opening experience, it's still exciting to open an SP, and when you're opening a case, I forgot if this is a case that has 24 boxes in it, but that means you're technically getting 18 hits in it between the OFRs and the SPs, or almost 18 hits if you only get 8 OFRs in the case. But that feels a lot better. Your odds are pretty decent at that point. We see so many sets where there's like 2 hits in a case of 24, and that's just brutal. So even if some of the cards just aren't going to be that valuable, and let's be honest, a lot of those 70 SPs are just not going to be valuable. It's still fun to open it. The art, they could have put a little more effort with the SPs. I will say set two's art does look way better. Cinderella Gray's art does look a lot more refined. Some of it's a little basic, but they still just look, they don't have the CGI quality to it. I know that this set was like adapting the mobile game. I assume these are poses from the mobile game, or the art was taken from the mobile game, and a lot of the time a lot of the art was going to look like that in some mobile games. But the OFRs do look beautiful, and people have their favorite horse girls and all that stuff. So it seems like I don't know how many more characters they could have represented. 70 is a huge number. I'm not intimately familiar with the franchise, so I don't know how many girls um, aren't a part of that 70 that if anyone's unhappy that their favorite horse girl is not represented, but with 70 horse girls represented with the SPs, you should be able to get a signed card from your favorite person. Now, I am recording this deep. This video is taking me so long because of my schedule to record, but I'm actually kind of grateful that I am recording this part of the video when I have, because at this point when I'm recording it, the set has released, and we are starting to see people buy cards and stuff like that and set prices. Even I did buy 5 SPs from this set. I bought 4 of the Oguri cap because I love Oguri, and 1 of the tomato changer because I have only been able to find 1 so far. Some of the pricing that we are seeing coming out of this set, I think people gotta, I don't want to be rude. Nobody, let me make one thing very clear. I've made it clear in many videos in the past, nobody in the world, when they are selling any of these cards or whatever they're selling, but when they're selling a Weiss card, nobody needs to sell any card for any amount less than what they are happy with. Nobody has a gun to their head. If someone offers you a price and it's not what you're looking for, you can just say no thank you and move about your day. And you could hold that card forever and ever. No one should shame you or try to force you into selling it for less or anything like that. With that being said, we are seeing some sellers that really have their heads up their asses, and they think that every goddamn card in this set needs to pay for the cost of the case. We are seeing sellers think that because a card is going to be meta, that means it needs to be an $800 card or something like that. Guess what? 2 days past today when I'm recording this, the set came out 2 days ago. Those cards aren't moving. They're just not moving. We're seeing a lot of adjustment of prices, generally downwards. I've seen some sellers actually raise the prices of the cards that aren't selling for some inexplicable reason. But to each their own, they're allowed to do that. That's what capitalism is, and good for you. I will just say for all of the, I do think, as I've mentioned throughout this video, that Uma is attracting some people that are unfamiliar with Weiss, and it's most noticeable to me when I see someone post one of the 70 SPs from the set in one of these social groups for Weiss, and they say, "Oh, just pulled this from a single pack. I would like 900 because the lowest on TCG Player is $905, so I'm giving you a $5 discount. Shipping is $10. You pay goods and services fee." I am seeing a decent chunk of that between the various social places for Weiss. That tells me that they are not familiar with the Weiss market, and that's fine. Um, Most of these cards are not going to be crazy valuable. For the people that do have the cards that are going to be more valuable, um, they're still not like $800 valuable. I think that when we compare it to something like Hololive, I don't have hard numbers. My guess is Hololive is more popular than Umamusume. Hololive Set 2, for example, I think had 51 SPs in it. And you did get less than 9 SPs, but when you actually compare it, I think you got 4 or 5 in Hololive Volume 2, but there were less SPs, so I think the percentage chance of pulling the one you want from a case is pretty close to what it is with Uma. The numbers still aren't great, but they're pretty close to each other proportionally. That I think it's baffling some of the prices that some of these people are trying to get. And that includes sellers who know that their cards, they're familiar with Weiss, they know that their cards aren't worth that. And in my opinion, they're just trying to get some extra cash from people who may not know any better. And I don't really like that as a business tactic, because we saw with certain other sets with comparable numbers that characters that are far more desirable or more popular within their IPs, something like Gura, was maybe like a $300 SP on release and never got much higher than that. And that was an insanely playable card. And yet we see some sellers with Uma try to get cards that are crap, and they're trying to sell cards that are crap, and they're trying to, pay for a whole case or close to it. And I know the sellers, and I know that they are a little more knowledgeable, and they have their reasons. They're not selling, but it's their inventory, it's not mine. I don't really like when people try to take advantage. I'm assuming that they're trying to just get some money. Obviously everyone's trying to get as much money as they can for their stuff. I get that, and I support that in a way, but I think deep down, the people that are more familiar with it, they know that they're really only going to get that type of money from people who do not understand the Weiss market, and they don't know how to check JP pricing. I am fully aware that the English market is not the JP market, for anyone that wants to come at me and yell in all caps in the comments. And dude, feel free to shade yell at me. That's fine too. I'm not gonna be offended or anything like that. But generally, for a lot of cards, a rule of thumb for English, and this is not a rule that applies 100% of the time, but a good rule of thumb for English is that often cards are pretty much always going to have an English tax to them. English is not opened as much as JP. Um, English cards for the higher rarity stuff might be like a starting price might be 2 times the JP price. Now, a lot of these cards really are dirt cheap in JP, where even if you doubled the price of the SP from the JP side of things, you might still be left with like a $30 card. I'm not expecting sellers to do that. Prices are up everywhere across the board. I'm not expecting anyone on release to try to just sell an SP for $30. I'm not saying that. I understand there are other factors going into it. What I am saying is when the card sells for $20 JP, and sellers who are very aware of the market and market trends and all that stuff, who are very familiar with the game, and they go, huh, you know what? This card needs a more than 10 times multiplier. Let me post it for $400, because I'm hoping some schmuck who doesn't, and sorry for the language, I shouldn't be so harsh, but some guy who doesn't know what he's doing will pay 400. Will do it. I'm not quite nuts about that. Again, it's their business. Now, I will say, looking at TCG player prices right before I posted this, I did see some sales for some SPs that were way higher than they should be. And that tells me that people who are unfamiliar with Weiss are buying into it a little bit. And when I say higher than they should be, I don't mean higher than what my belief of what the card price should be, even though, yes, it actually is that as well. But what I mean is by that is that there are places where that card is available from other websites and from other channels that are actively available right this second, and they are available for $100 or $150, and not 700. What that tells me is the fact that the person who bought some of these cards, for example, for 700, which that is a card that did sell for 700. There is one NSP for Uma that did sell for that much. There are other cards that sold for amounts like that. Not many, but there are some. And all of them are well more than they could get them from these other avenues. Tells me that they don't know those other avenues exist because they're unfamiliar with Weiss, and they just don't, they see a signed card and maybe they know Union Arena has been having a big boom recently, maybe, and signed cards are going up and up and up. Maybe they think that's just because other games have cards worth that much. These cards must be worth that much when it's not necessarily the case. If they're happy with the card and they're happy with paying it, that's perfectly fine. Good for them. I would just feel bad if they ever realize that maybe they overpaid because they weren't aware of other places they could get the cards. Which is a shame, but there's nothing you could really do about that. So this whole thing has just been sort of a long-winded thing for anyone that is newer to Weiss. Maybe just ask around, do a little bit of research, join the Weiss Discord, join the Weiss Facebook groups, and before you bite the bullet if you're spending huge amounts of money, because you might very well and very easily be able to get the card you're looking for a far more reasonable price, rather than the exorbitant prices that people always post on TCG Player when they're the first ones to post the card. And everybody who is the first one to post a card in TCG Player seems to think that their card needs to be $1,000. No card in the set is going to be $1,000. I know that there is a sale for a card on CCG Player from this set for $700. It is not a $700 card. There will never be another sale at $700. Just because one person bought it doesn't make the market. People who have that card will try to make that argument that it does, but if no one is willing to pay it, then it kind of doesn't really. So just be mindful of that so that you don't spend more money than you need to. I'm not saying if you pay 125 for a card, you could have gotten 100 somewhere else. It's really that big of a deal. It's really not for that. But when you could spend $100 on a card, but you accidentally, because you didn't know, spent $700 on the card, that's really what this section is more about. I don't normally harp about the prices as much as I do when it comes to the collectability portion, but again, I just know that there's going to be a lot of people that are coming into Weiss specifically for Uma, and I would just hopefully this part of this video reaches you before you make any major financial decisions. And at the end of the day, life goes on. You could always make more money and make the money back and whatever. But I don't want anyone to have that be their first Weiss experience where they felt like, because so many other games, um, TCG player prices very often do reflect the actual price of it. A lot of people that I know and have seen online, they don't realize that Weiss just doesn't always work that same way when it comes to the higher rarity stuff. Sometimes it does, most of the time it does not, especially with a brand new release, because everybody wants $1,000 for the brand new card. I see it every time. It never happens. This time someone did pay 700 for a card that's not 700. You know, unless somebody bought their own listing for 700 and immediately reposted that to try to trick people into thinking it's a $700 card. That has happened before. I don't know if that happened this time. But just be mindful and ask around. There are other websites you could go to look for prices and other resources you could use. But with that said, I think if you like Uma, there's a lot to like collectability wise from the set. You got the very pretty OFRs, you still got the signed SPs, even if the art could be a little bit better. You got 70 SPs in there, a lot of different girls are represented. Like I said, there are 27 OFRs between the booster pack and the trial deck. The trial deck does not actually have any SPs, which is kind of unusual for a trial deck. Instead, the chase cards are the OFRs. Now, there are some OFRs that are going to be worth money from the trial decks. they are not going to be worth the money that people are trying to currently get for them. They are really just trying to take advantage, and hopefully they don't take advantage of you. And they are allowed to try to get whatever amount they want for it. That's perfectly fine. Just don't be someone who sort of falls for it, I guess. I don't know how else to say it in a nice way. But the cards that there are plenty of cards in this set that do look nice that are not necessarily OFRs, or I mean the SPs don't really look nice, but there are triple rares that look very nice. A lot of the triple rares for the climaxes do look very pretty. A lot of the regular art for cards is kind of basic. They kind of do for the lower rarity stuff. Even the SRs, they still have this very sort of generic CGI-ish type of art to it. And there are people that do find that appealing, and that's perfectly fine. I think starting with set two, the art is it follows the movie, and so it's drawing from the anime rather than what I assume is art from the mobile game, which is what it seems like I'm assuming set one is drawing from. So the art is from the anime looks nice, so the art does take a step up once we get to set two. But still, at the end of the day, signed cards are signed cards. The OFRs, super stunning. I didn't even pick one of the better OFRs to picture here, and I think this OFR looks very pretty. I don't know who this character is, but she looks really nice. Plenty of OFRs have very stunning art in this set, and a lot of them are very, very good cards. With the SPs, because there's 70 of them, there aren't 70 amazing cards in the set. A lot of the SPs they picked are kind of like whatever cards from a playability standpoint. If you're just purely a collector, you won't care. If you're someone who is a high rarity player, there's a lot of the SPs aren't that great, but a lot of the OFRs are actually very solid playable picks while also looking beautiful. And for anyone who maybe their SP of their favorite horse girl is one of the higher priced cards, and you don't want to spend the money on it, you do have options for other, like the OFRs, where if you have other favorite girls, there are plenty of really stunning beautiful art that was taken for those cards. So I think, and those cards are far more affordable. For those, again, do not go to the TCG player prices for the OFRs. I am looking at the OFR prices now for the OFRs. A lot of them, there aren't listings, so there's one guy that's trying to get like $100 for a card where you could easily spend $5 from another website that's not TCG player, and you would be able to get that OFR. So before you commit, don't think a card is $75 or $100 for an OFR just because CCG player listed at that. Just ask around and people will tell you where you can look within the Weiss community. There are websites from sellers who do have websites, and they have them priced far more appropriately. Moving on to the competitiveness portion of this video, this is where I'll discuss how competitively viable I think Umamusume is. And to answer that, I'll say it's okay. I think set one is just okay from a competitive standpoint. Set one has a few exceptional cards, namely the cards I've mentioned throughout the video, if you've watched, that are on JP's choice list are all exceptional cards. While they are not finishers or anything like that, I think they help elevate a lot of different decks to just make them more competitively viable. I think the version of Umamusume with just set one that we are most likely to see top, if we do see versions of it top, will be a version that features these two combos, the level 1 Stock Soul Diamond combo that we looked at, as well as the level 3 Bar Current combo, which is the Burn 1 Mocha 2. Now, personally, I've tested by now this on the simulator. It's perfectly fine. They are solid combos. They're solid decks, even with just set one. They will definitely get better with set two. We're in the middle of regional season. I know on the JP side of things that this build tops a lot. I know it's done well. I personally just don't think it's that amazing. It is not bad. I think the level 1 combo is phenomenal. Love the level 1 combo. Very, very strong. It's worked well for me when I've tested in the simulator this week. The level 3 combo is not bad. It's just not amazing. I think because it's only a Mocha 2, that's a pretty big weakness. especially when you are playing a stock soul that has two soul triggers in its soul trigger icon. It is just so easy to overswing with this thing. And even if you don't overswing, the running joke about mochas is that when you mocha two, they cancel on three. You see two clean cards, and the third card was the climax. I think for mochas to be good, they have to be at least a mocha three, which this card is not. Now, having the burn one attached to it is very nice. I think that is very good when paired with a mocha. And I think this card has reasonable killing power. I think you can, if you triple this, you can kill your opponent from 3-0 pretty consistently. Assuming you're sticking the burn ones, you kind of just need to trigger once and stick one of the swings. And with the three mocha twos, you should be able to do that. I think siding with a Mocha 2 against a level 1 feels very strong. Your opponent's not always going to give you that option. Siding against level 2 doesn't feel that great, but it's fine. It's consistent. It will get more consistent with set 2. I think the finisher is sort of the weakest part about this package, and I don't think it's a bad finisher. I'm not trying to say that. It's just I think we are in a meta where we've got Bane Dream running around, we've got Oshi, and yes, you can only have one of each series on a team at team regionals, which is what we're currently in. So you need something for the third lane. I just feel like there are better options for a third lane, but Uma is popular. People are going to buy it. People are going to own it, which means people are going to play it. Now, we might see other versions that top regional season. We see lots of things top during teams' regional seasons. It happens all the time. This is probably the most competitively viable right now. There are other finishers within Uma set 1 that I do like more, but they do have weaknesses, such as being too high stock costed is a big one, or they just don't do enough even if they are more reasonably costed. We are getting set 2, which will be coming out in the fall. At that point, we'll be in the middle of singles. I think set 2 is going to have at least one better finisher compared to this current. We'll see how set 2 does, but with just set 1, this will be the most, in my opinion, competitively viable, even if I'm not as sold on the current as some people seem to be. But I think the level 1 combo is great. I think it's in a really good color for level 1. We looked at least one really good level 1 combo card. Because the current does add a card on play, you could play it with the event, the 2-0 event that we looked at. That was a very strong event. That helps sort of up the threshold of damage that this deck can do. Being stock light does give you some other options. You could, if you want, play the money counter. You got to be mindful that it's a full field money counter, and because this card needs a marker, you got to be mindful that you're replacing the cards you're markering so you still meet the full field condition. And a lot of people aren't even going to be playing the money counter anyway because it is a full field money counter, so it has that weakness. But it's consistent enough. You got a good enough level 0 game regardless of what you build. Level 1 cards outside of a very, very, very select few. Your level 1 game is a little lacking outside of just playing whatever climax combo you're playing. Most Uma players are going to rely very heavily on just their level 1 combos because there's not a lot of great ancillary support to be using at level 1 for most colors. Blue definitely gets the best of the bunch, I would say. Green is just drowning, and yellow's not doing great, and red's okay. Level 2, you got some utility to work with that you could slap into a lot of things as long as you meet the right color requirements. I would say that with level 3 games, if you're not playing the current, if you're still playing the level 1 diamond combo here, and there's nothing wrong with it because it's a very good combo, you could try to go for that level 3. I can't remember what her name was. Maybe something with Rice. Was it Rice? She's the one that's on reverse, burn 1. If you have a marker, pay 2, ditch 1, burn 3. I think that one is a very high cost, but it can be very, very strong. That's just a lot of instances of burn if you are able to play at least 2 copies of it, and if you get 3 copies of it off, I don't know how you don't win that game. But then there's a variety of finishers. If you're still playing this level 1 diamond combo, you won't be like a 1k1 deck, I guess, because you're not gaining the power. But still, a stock soul paired with really any 1k1, I think is perfectly fine. Even this stock soul paired with the two soul climax from the trial deck, because that two soul climax is so cheap that you can do like other things with it. And sometimes, when you're playing a stock soul paired with a two soul, you just sometimes just trigger those climaxes that got the two soul trigger icons in there, and you just stick damage that shouldn't have stuck, and that just puts you way ahead in damage, and can make all the difference. I once went to a regional. This was shortly after Overlord Volume 2 came out, shortly after Hololive Volume 2 came out, where I was playing Seven Deadly Sins with set 2, but I was not playing Hendrickson. Instead, I was playing 8 Stock Soul, and I had no level 3 combo. I just played off finishers that weren't even that amazing. And I got 18th at that regional. I went X2. This was back before they expanded it. It was only top 8, so I didn't make top 8, but I beat 2 Gura decks that day. I beat one Overlord. No, I beat 2 Overlord decks that day. My losses were to Slime and some other thing. And my point to rehash this regional from like 3 years ago is the fact that I was just playing. My goal was to play 8 Stock Soul and to slam a climax every turn, and that I would push so much damage so early in the game and so consistently that it would make up for my lack of a level 3 game. And it did. The deck worked really well. I think you could do that with the level 1 Stock Soul Diamond combo and another Stock Soul combo, or the 2 Soul combo from the trial deck that we looked at earlier at level 3. You have options. As long as you're pushing damage, that's really all that matters in the end. And then there's combos that don't require markers if you don't like marker mechanics so much, um, that are reasonably costed, like the standby combo. With this diamond combo, you don't even need a marker. The marker just gives you the bonus effect. So if you just do not like markers, even though Uma obviously is very heavily marker centered, you don't have to do it. You could still play this combo and get the benefit out of it of just being a top check 5 added character, and there's nothing wrong with that. You're still in a stock soul if you like the stock soul, you're still in a good color, and it's all good. So I think there are options for Uma. You don't necessarily have to be locked into these combos if you don't want to. Though expect to see these top the most at regionals this season if we see Uma topping this season. I think it's too early to say, but I think they're decent builds that you can do. I think the biggest weaknesses right now of Uma are less the level 3 game and the level 1 game. It's kind of like the level zeros are okay. There are some standouts and then some that are just whatever, and a lot of fluff. Colors that aren't called blue could use with a bit more support at level 1, but those problems will be fixed when we get set 2, or a lot of the problems will be fixed when we get set 2 in the fall. For right now, if you like Umamusume, you like playing Horse Girls, you have plenty of different deck variety options. If you want to be the most meta, just look up the JP list and copy them and replace whatever set 2 and 3 cards are in there with whatever is a good alternative from set 1. And if you want to be the most competitively viable, just go with these 2 combos that are pictured here and call it a day. You'll be a little underpowered if you're going up against Oshi or Bane Dream, or some more recent things. Keep in mind that Uma was created in 2023 in JP, so it's just by its nature going to be underpowered. That does not mean there are not cards that are standouts that are better than current modern cards, but you are facing a somewhat uphill battle because I think, as we've seen, a lot of the cards do feel dated, and the set is carried competitively from a lot of those cards that are just exceptional cards on their own, and they help carry the fact that a lot of the set does have filler cards with sort of filler-like combos. But you still have options, and you should have it. You'll have a good time at locals, no doubt about it. And when you're on a team for regionals, as long as your other 2 teammates are on, like, Bane Dream, Oshi, that type of thing, I think you're gonna absolutely get wins with Umamusume. It's too early to say whether you can reasonably expect to just keep up every single round if you're just constantly going against Bane Dream and Oshi and that sort of thing. With Uma, you can absolutely beat those decks. Can you beat them 7, 8 times in a row? I don't know, but that's where your teammates help you out and pick up the slack. And your Uma deck's only going to get better with time. So if you like Uma, definitely pick up set one. Set one has a lot of important pieces that are going to be competitively viable for a good long while. Even the level one and level three combos that we're looking at right now, they top all the time in JP. So there must be something to it. You got some great zeros that you should absolutely pick up from set one right now before they jump in price as time goes on, because they're just great cards that are going to be used a lot in the future. And with set two getting released, it'll just get better. And if we get Cinderella Gray, they'll get even better. So you're in a good place if you're an Uma fan that really wants to take Uma to a regional. You got decent enough options now that will only get better as time goes on. Wrapping up this video, my overall thoughts on the set are that I was not an Umamusume fan when I went into just sort of looking up the cards as June was getting closer and closer to the release of set one. I don't play mobile games. I tried watching the first two episodes of the anime and it was fine. It wasn't amazing. I didn't dislike it. It just didn't captivate me enough to keep up with it. But it did get me into watching Cinderella Gray, which I love. So now I guess I can say I'm an Uma fan because Cinderella Gray is exceptional. My lack of enthusiasm for portions of this video does not come from the fact that I hate the concept of mobile games or that I don't like horse girls or whatever. It's more of the fact that this set is a 2023 set, and in a lot of ways, it feels like a 2023 set. In a lot of ways, it feels like a 2020 set with a lot of its card profiles. However, there are standout cards in this set 100%. There's a good chunk of them. And anyone who watched the whole video will know that there were plenty of cards that I absolutely raved about and loved, and I think are very good cards. I think a lot of the cards in this set are better than cards that have been printed in 2026 by modern sets. I think some of them are just real standout cards that are very strong and will be strong into the future. The set just does have a lot of fluff to it. And there's really no way around it, but it does have enough cards where you can absolutely build a variety of decks in different colors, with different climax triggers, with different endgame goals, and have very competent decks to support them because there is just enough to keep the set competitively viable. And the stuff that does keep it competitively viable, most of it is absolutely better than average in terms of just card quality. So I can see why when Uma came out, it was very strong because in 2023 in JP, because a lot of the cards are just very good. You just look past the fluff and go about your day. From a collectability standpoint, I think the set is good because it caters to a very, there's so many different girls that are represented. So no one should feel left out. A little let down by the fact that the SPs do look a little basic. However, you get 9 in a case. Even though there's 70, that's a lot of SPs in a case. That feels pretty fun. There's nothing, people enjoy opening SPs. From a collectability standpoint, I think Bushy Road could have really taken the low road, and they could have done what they've done for us recently, where when they bring sets to English, they alter the hit ratios, and it's worse for English, like we saw with Fairy Tale. Eminence had terrible ratios, and that was an English exclusive. They do that, and they do it pretty frequently, and it really stinks. They could have easily said, you're not getting 9 SPs like JP, you're going to get 5. They could have done something like that, and it would have been terrible. I do applaud that they did not do that. Because of that, I have to imagine that the case opening experience is just more enjoyable, even if a lot of the SPs are only going to be like $50 or so, because you get so many in a case and because there are so many. It still makes it a fun opening experience. It makes it easier to recommend to someone just buy a box from a shelf because you feel like there's better odds of the box being quote unquote not dead. You also get 8 or 9 OFRs in a case, and the OFRs look absolutely stunning. So from a collectability standpoint, you have a lot of options that have a wide price range, which is very good for people of all budgets. And you have so many different girls represented that you should be able to find some horse girls that you like and be able to collect them. The triple rares, a lot of them look great. OFRs from the trial deck look nice. OFRs from the booster look nice. Um, Aside from that, art can be kind of basic from the regular set, which is a little bit of a shame, but the art was largely drawn from the mobile game, so I guess there are some limitations with that. I'm assuming it's drawn from the mobile game, and that's fine. Overall, this set did not make me like an Uma converter, but it did get me into it. And a lot of Weiss sets have gotten me into the IP. There have been a lot of sets that there have been a lot of different IPs that I had never even heard of, or I had heard of but I never watched until it was getting a Weiss set. And then I sort of needed to decide if I was going to buy into the set. And so I needed to watch the show because it was getting the Weiss set. It pushed me, and there have been so many sets that because that happened, I wound up finding a new IP that I really loved and really liked. And while I can't say that I absolutely adore everything about Uma because I really only just got into it, I can tell you I probably never would have watched Cinderella Grey, and so far I'm absolutely loving it. Not to quote McDonald's, but I'm loving it. It's so good, so I'm really excited for that. I'm deaf because I like Cinderella Grey so much. I will watch the movie. We're getting the movie set as a set two in the fall, and I will buy into that set just because now I do like the franchise enough. I love I like the concept of these horse girls just racing and being really intense about it. And even though I'm not going to pick up the mobile game, it hasn't converted me that far. I think this set did what it needed to do. Where even if I'm not as all in on this set as I have been with other uh, sets that I was introduced to via Weiss, IPs I was introduced to via Weiss, I beforehand kind of just mocked the idea of horse girls, to be honest. I knew very little about it and it just sounded stupid, so I'd kind of like mock it without knowing much about it and really giving it a chance. But the set did what it needed to do and it got my foot in the door, and sometimes that's just enough. So if it did it for me, it'll do it for other people. For people that are already fans of Uma, you have a lot to like about it. You have some things maybe not to like, but from a collectability standpoint, I think there's enough. From a playability standpoint, there's definitely enough, even though there's a lot of fluff, and that is a good thing. And it only gets better from here. I think set two is an improvement. Even though there's less characters represented because it's a movie that I assume just has less characters. It's based on a movie that has less characters in the mobile game. The art looks better, the cards are better overall, and we've also got the third set that will hopefully come to English, and that is also an improvement. So I think it only gets better from here, but I think this was a very solid starting point. Bushiroad did a good job with the whole ratios. Totally could have messed that up. They chose not to. So for once, they did a really good job with it. And at the end of the day, because of the popularity of the Umamusume IP, I think people will be brought into Weiss for the first time, and I think people who have sort of lapsed with Weiss will return to Weiss just because of the popularity of Uma, and that's always a good thing. So even if I don't fall asleep thinking and dreaming about horse girls like some other people might, I still have to tip my hat off to them for bringing people into Weiss because that's always a great thing. So overall, solid set with some weaknesses, but strengths that make it. This is not a bad release by any stretch of the imagination. It's a solid, in my opinion, like 8 out of 10 sort of set. There are aspects of the set that are not 8 out of 10s, but there's enough that is above it to where it probably evens out to around that range, in my opinion. And at the end of the day, I think that's solid enough where it's a nice little thing to tide me over until like the next set I'm interested in comes out. With that being said, I think that wraps up this video. Thank you to anyone who has watched. Let me know what you think of the set, and if there's anything you're looking forward to from the second set. At some point, I will post a video with a couple of deck profiles about from Umamusume with strictly set one stuff. So I'll try to get those out over the next week or two. Until then, this has been Catskill Weiss Schwarz. Thank you for watching.